Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we continue our coverage of Georgia versus Nicholas Kassotis. We are into day 8, which is also going to be a verdict watch. We have to hear jury instructions. Judge said it would take about 30 minutes or so, and then the jury is going to start to deliberate. So they were scheduled to arrive at 8:45 Eastern and then start at 9 o'clock, which is about 10 minutes from now. So we have a feed already, so let me get us over there. Let's get ourselves set up here. And I'll get us set up and then we can continue on. So they should be starting in a few minutes. Let's just get, let's see. All right, closed captioning is available today. Sometimes it's not, sometimes it is. Not quite sure why. All right, so who is with us today? Radioactive, how are you? Let me go up to the top as much as I can. JRN could face life in prison if found guilty. Thankfully, technology is advanced as these people can be brought to justice. Agreed. Crazy Mary Joe. Shore Life saying good morning. Brenda, good morning to you. Let's see. Radioactive Apple 9 saying hello, hello. Alice, good morning everyone in chat so far. Skybell, hello to you. Michelle, good morning everyone. I cannot wait for this quick verdict. Beaker for hashtag Beaker for prison. Nice. I hope the madness is over before lunchtime. I think that's a strong possibility. Billy said that as well. Tim, good to see you. Thank you. Red Snap. Shirley, good morning. Re-listening to yesterday's testimony. That's what we'll do during Verdict Watch. We'll play some testimony from the last couple of days. Hey, Mike, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. And Nick, 6'4", 260 pounds. Yep, it's a big dude. And there's Billy. Looks like Nikki had that mountain man look. Kathy Davis saying good morning. That beard makes you all itchy. Nice. Hey, Edward, good morning to you. Jump into the fall. Thank you for joining us. Aussie Gardner, good morning, Squeegettes. Nice. Joe and Jet Eye Platypus saying hello. And Brat. Joy, good morning, good morning, good morning. Let's hope this guy gets what he deserves. It is totally crazy. Mary, good morning to you. Brat saying good morning. JRN, no, I answered your question about will we be covering a new trial. No, we're going to be focused on Donna after this. It's going to be all Donna after this. Jubilant Cherry, good morning to you. Deviant, hello everyone. I have arrived on your kangaroo. And I know you like the music that we were playing. Hey Chris, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. And Tammy. Hey Mandy, good morning to you. Will it ever go back to our other usernames? No, okay, so we, Aaron found this fantastic video. We're gonna probably do a video ourselves. YouTube is trying to cut down on fraud. So you can change your handle, you can change your channel. You can change both. So what they're doing right now is a handle, just think of it as a URL. It's very unique. It's like a fingerprint. No two people have it. Whereas your username could be, there could be like 100 Bobs out there. So some of them could be fake. Some of them could not. Some of them could be bots. Some of them could not. So when you have Bob123, Bob124, Bob128, those are going to be unique. So YouTube is doing this to cut down on fraud. Then also, you can also tag people now on a mobile device. So those are the two big things that they're rolling it out, and you can change it. You can change your handle to whatever you want. It doesn't have to be, Bob Smith. It doesn't have to be your full name. You can change it to whatever you want. You can still make it unique. I'm still the Squeegee of Justice. You can make it unique, but no, it's not going to be rolling back, and no, we have no control over that. You guys have full control. You can go into your studio, you can change your name, you can change your handle, but what they're basically doing is the handle is going to be unique. Your channel name could be the state of Georgia. There could be 200 states of Georgia, but the handle is going to be State of Georgia 1, State of Georgia 2, State of Georgia 3. So it's going to be a very unique, kind of like a fingerprint. So just kind of think of it as a URL, as a website, as a fingerprint. You can change it, you can make it whatever you want, but it will be unique, and it's going to cut down on fraud. And you'll also be able to tag people on a mobile device, which I think is brilliant, because I'm on chat often, like hanging outside, and I'm in a friend's channel like Joe or PI Sam, and I want to tag somebody. I'm like, I can't. So I have to come in and work on my desktop. So that's kind of a quick view of it, but that's, to me, it's brilliant. I have no problem with this change. I think, again, people complain about change often, and I get it. I do as well. But I think this one is a very, to me right now, as I understand it, it's a very positive change. It's going to cut down on fraud, impersonators. Somebody could come into the chat right now and say, hey, I'm Florida PI Sam, send me some money. And it's not Florida PI Sam, it's somebody else. Or, hey, I'm Joe Schmo, come over and, give me some money. Click on this link or whatever. That's going to be cut down now. Fraud's going to be cut down. And then also you can tag people on a mobile device. So that's the way I understand it. I'm okay with it. You guys can change your handle. You don't have to keep, like I said, Bob Smith. If that's your real name, change it. Change it to, whatever you want. You can change it to whatever you want. So I hope that helps you guys understand, because there's a lot of confusion out there, and it's really not that big of a deal now that I understand it. Iowa backyard cam. Yep, still Iowa. That's exactly it. What's gone, Iowa, is your squirrels, your little emojis. You can't do those anymore, which is kind of a bummer, because that was cute. But no, you can't do that, because now it's just strictly characters. It's not emojis. It's not script. It's not any of that. JMS, good explanation. Thank you. Yeah, I think we're going to do a little video, just because there's so much confusion out there. Hey, Janet, good morning from Michigan. Michelle, can't seem to tag people even on your iPad. Yeah, it's a pain in the butt. It's for sure. Yep, tag on mobile. Cool. I've been wishing that for the whole time. Trust me, people have been, I just watched a video like for 7 years, 8 years, people are like, why isn't YouTube allowing us to tag people on mobile device? So they finally have done that. So you're gonna change it to Bob. Yes, let's all go to Bob. Betsy, can we please watch him cross today? Missed some of it yesterday. Yeah. I think we'll do that. As we're in verdict watch, we'll play some previous testimony. Deviant says, can we call it the handle scandal? Right. All right, Mike Morrow, I'll have to speak to Squeegee. What's up with Mike? Wait, I can't scroll back that far, so I'll have to go check somewhere else. Sherry, mine is the same as my Instagram handle. I tried to change it back to just Sherry M, but it was already taken, so I stayed with mine. It's unique to me because 9/21 is your birthday. Oh, very cool. That was I had a puppy dog, Sagan, and his birthday was September 21st as well. Let's see. I have. Aaron reminded me that you can put underscores and dashes still, so if you want, like, I think Widespread has, like, I'll have to find an example of that, but let me get to this first. I have a question. Why am I allowed to do the duck thing on law and crime currently? Don't know. I don't know. Maybe the larger channels, because we've heard some chatter that Emily D. Baker...
USB that the state has used during the course of these proceedings. Located on this are the electronic data that could not have otherwise been given in a physical form. There are also exhibits on here that I have articulated throughout the course of the trial, including the exhibits I used to refresh recollection, search warrants, things of that nature. Counsel and I have reviewed it. There is nothing on this USB other than what was used during trial. Counsel, do you agree to that?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Oh, we've also gone through all of the physical evidence, Your Honor, meaning the exhibits and the documents. There are four exhibits that have been removed. They are 1.109, 1.111, 1.110, and 1.117 because they were demonstrative only.
Okay.
I have talked to counsel about the evidence in terms of the forensic crime laboratory reports, as those could be considered continuing witness. Counsel and his client have communicated. They have determined that it is in their best interest to submit those to the jury and that they do not wish to have them extracted. They wish them to go back.
State agrees?
I don't have an objection, Judge. They're welcome to go back to the jury.
Okay.
That would include the autopsy, all the reports from the DNA analysts. That would include the reports from the tool mark expert, as well as the other experts, in this case, toxicology and so on. And counsel, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that was after talking to your client as well?
That is correct.
All right, very well, then those exhibits will go out to the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The only question we had somewhat, Judge, was physical evidence. There are things like bloodstain cards, things of that nature. Counsel and I have talked about it, the totes themselves. Those things were touched by the crime laboratory and obviously are still potentially not something that they should potentially get without maybe some interaction with the court. So we're going to ask that all of the documentary and physical, like photographs, things of that nature, can go back with them. I don't have an objection or need a note for that. But if they wanted to, for example, see the knives or to see the totes or something of that nature, that they would just need to send a note to the court and ask to see them. Is that correct, counsel?
Yeah, we're in agreement on that, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anything else before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing from the state.
All right, let's bring our jury in. Please turn the phones off or have them on silent. I'm going to have the court reporter hand you the verdict form that we've put together in this case, just to have a look. Here's one for the state. Yes, sir. All right, everyone, please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good morning. And I'm required one last time to ask if you were able to abide by the court's previous instructions regarding access to media. Did we have any problems? No. All right, then I will now read you the law that applies in this case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are considering the case of the state of Georgia versus Nicholas James Kassotis. And this is Bill of Indictment number 2024 R67 in the Superior Court of Liberty County, Georgia, the February term of court 2024. And the grand jury has indicted the defendant with the following offenses: Count 1, malice murder; Count 2, felony murder; Count 3, aggravated assault; Count 4, concealing the death of another; Count 5, possession of a knife during the commission of a felony; Count 6, possession of tools for the commission of a crime; Count 7, possession of tools for the commission of a crime; Count 8, possession of tools for the commission of a crime; Count 9, possession of tools for the commission of a crime; Count 10, possession of tools for the commission of a crime. Count 11, removal of body parts from scene of death. And count 12, tampering with evidence. Now, you will recall at the beginning of this trial, in fact, in jury selection, the entire indictment was read to you. I'm not going to do that again, but I want to remind you that your oath requires that as you deliberate and go through each count, that you read the entire language that's inserted in each of those counts. So, ladies and gentlemen, the defendant has entered his plea of not guilty to this indictment, and the indictment and the plea forms the issue that you have to decide. Neither the indictment nor the plea of not guilty should be considered as evidence. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. The defendant enters upon the trial of the case with the presumption of innocence in his favor. This presumption remains with the defendant until it is overcome by the state with evidence sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offenses charged. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no burden of proof upon the defendant whatsoever, and the burden never shifts to the defendant to introduce evidence or to prove innocence. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. A reasonable doubt is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but it is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a consideration of the evidence, a lack of evidence, or a conflict in the evidence. After giving consideration to all the facts and circumstances of this case, if your minds are wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that is the doubt of the law, and you must acquit the defendant. But if that doubt does not exist in your minds as to the guilt of the accused, then you would be authorized to convict the defendant. If the state fails to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. I charge you that facts and circumstances that merely place upon the defendant a grave suspicion of the crime charged, or that merely raises a speculation or conjecture of the defendant's guilt, is not sufficient to authorize a conviction of the defendant. Members of the jury, it is my duty and responsibility to determine the law that applies to the case and instruct you on that law. You are bound by these instructions. It is your responsibility to determine the facts of the case from all the evidence presented. Then you must apply the law given in this charge to the facts as you find them to be. Your oath requires that you will decide this case based solely on the evidence. Evidence is the means by which any fact that is put in issue is established or disproved. Evidence includes all of the testimony of the witnesses, any exhibits admitted during the course of the trial. Evidence does not include the indictment, the plea of not guilty, and the opening or closing statements made by the attorneys or questions asked by the attorneys. Evidence may be either direct or circumstantial, or it can be both. In considering the evidence, you may use reasoning and common sense to make deductions and reach conclusions. You should not be concerned about whether the evidence is direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is the testimony of a person who asserts that he or she has actual knowledge of a fact, such as personally observing or otherwise witnessing that fact. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a set of facts and circumstances that tend to prove or disprove another fact by inference, that is, by consistency with such fact or elimination of other facts. There is no legal difference in the weight you may give to either direct or circumstantial evidence. You would be authorized to convict only if the evidence, whether direct, circumstantial, or both, excludes all reasonable theories of innocence and proves the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury must determine the credibility of the witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all the facts and circumstances of the case, including the witnesses' manner of testifying, their intelligence, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. Testimony has been given in this case by certain witnesses who are termed experts. Expert witnesses are those who, because of their training and experience, possess knowledge in a particular field that is not common knowledge or known to the average person. The law permits expert witnesses to give their opinions based upon their experience and training. You are not required to accept the testimony of any witness, expert or otherwise. Testimony of an expert, like that of all other witnesses, is to be given only such weight and credit as you think it is properly entitled to receive. To impeach a witness is to show that the witness is unworthy of belief. A witness may be impeached by disproving the facts to which the witness testified. Your assessment of a trial witness's credibility may be affected by comparing or contrasting that testimony to statements or testimony of the same witness that was made before the trial started. It is for you to decide whether there is a reasonable explanation for any inconsistency in a witness's pretrial statements and testimony when compared to the same witness's testimony at trial. As with all issues of witness credibility, you, the jury, must apply your common sense and reason to decide what testimony you believe and what testimony you may not believe. The testimony of a single witness, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact. Generally, there is no legal requirement of corroboration of a witness, provided you find the evidence to be sufficient. I charge you that a statement that the defendant allegedly made while in custody has been offered for your consideration. Before you may consider this as evidence for any purpose, you must determine whether the defendant's statement was voluntary, and if the statement was given in custody, whether the defendant was properly advised of his constitutional rights. To be voluntary, a statement must be freely and willingly given without coercion, duress, threats, use of violence, fear of injury, or any suggestions or promises of leniency or reward. A statement induced by the slightest hope of benefit or the remotest fear of injury is not voluntary. To be voluntary, a statement must be the product of a free will and not under compulsion or any necessity imposed by others. In determining voluntariness, you must also consider to what extent the defendant was informed of his rights, as discussed below. The burden of proof is upon the state to establish that the statement was voluntary. That is, it was freely and willingly made. If you do not find that the statement was voluntary, you may not consider it for any purpose. If you find that the statement was made while in custody and as a result of police questioning, you must also determine whether the defendant was advised of his constitutional rights and whether the defendant clearly understood and knowingly gave up such rights. The constitutional rights that law enforcement officers must explain and that the defendant must understand and voluntarily give up before any custodial statement is taken by law enforcement are as follows. Number one, the defendant has the right to remain silent. Number two, if the defendant chooses not to remain silent, anything he says could be used as evidence against the defendant in court. Number three, the defendant had a right to consult a lawyer before any questioning and to have the lawyer present with him at all times during any questioning. And number four, if the defendant did not have money for a lawyer, that a lawyer would have been provided for him to represent him before any questioning and to be present with him during questioning. The burden of proof is upon the state to establish that the constitutional warnings were mentioned and that they were understood and knowingly given up by the defendant. If you find, as mentioned above, that the defendant's statement was voluntary and that all of the warnings as to the defendant's constitutional rights were given, that the defendant did understand the meaning of what was said and knowingly gave up such rights, then you may consider it as evidence. If so, then you must apply the general rules for testing the believability of the witness and decide what weight, if any, you will give to all or any part of such evidence. If you fail to find that the defendant was properly informed of these rights and that he understood and gave up those rights, then you would disregard the statement entirely and give it no consideration in reaching your verdict. Ladies and gentlemen, evidence relating to DNA comparison has been admitted for your consideration. Identification by DNA comparison is considered opinion evidence and is governed by the law concerning opinion testimony as has been given to you. As opinion testimony, evidence relating to DNA comparisons is dependent upon many factors. Among the factors are the credibility and accuracy of the witnesses who were involved in the process of obtaining, identifying, preserving, recording, and maintaining the physical evidence, and upon the accuracy and validity of the testing procedures themselves that were used to form such opinions. All of these issues are matters for you to consider and determine. It is for you to determine what weight, if any, you will give to the evidence relating to DNA comparisons in your decision in this case. The defendant is charged with crimes against the laws of this state. A crime is a violation of a statute of this state in which there is a joint operation of act and intention. Intent is an essential element of any crime and must be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Intent may be shown in many ways, provided you, the jury, believe that it existed from the proven facts before you. It may be inferred from the proven circumstances or by acts and conduct, or it may be, in your discretion, inferred when it is the natural and necessary consequence of the act. Whether or not you draw such an inference is a matter solely within your discretion. Criminal intent does not mean an intention to violate the law or to violate a penal statute, but it simply means the intention to commit the act that is prohibited by law. This defendant will not be presumed to have acted with criminal intent, but you may find such intention or the absence of it upon a consideration of words, conduct, demeanor, motive, and other circumstances connected with the act for which the accused is being prosecuted. Every person is presumed to be of sound mind and discretion, but this presumption may be rebutted. You may infer, if you wish to do so, that the acts of a person of sound mind and discretion are the product of that person's will, and a person of sound mind and discretion intends the natural and probable consequences of those acts. Whether or not you make such an inference or inferences is a matter solely within the discretion of the jury. I charge you that a jury is not authorized to find a person who was merely present at the scene of the crime at the time of its perpetration, guilty of consenting in and concurring in the commission of the crime, unless the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that such person committed the alleged crime, helped in the actual perpetration of the crime, or participated in the criminal endeavor. Members of the jury, the law of our state sets a time limit upon the state in starting prosecution in most criminal offenses. The accused is on trial for the offense of malice murder and felony murder, and under Georgia law, prosecution for these offenses may be commenced at any time. The exact date on which the murder took place is not a material element of the crime of malice murder or felony murder because there is no statute of limitation for those offenses. Prosecution for all other felony offenses included in this indictment must begin within 4 years after the offense has been committed. Prosecution for any misdemeanors included in this indictment must begin within 2 years after the offense has been committed. If you find from the evidence that the indictment in this case was not filed within the required number of years after the offense was committed, it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the law provides that criminal actions shall be tried in the county in which the crime was committed. In a prosecution in any case in which it cannot be determined in what county the crime was committed, venue is proper and may be proven in any county in which the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that it might have been committed. Venue, that is, the crime was committed in Liberty County, is a jurisdictional fact and must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt as to each crime alleged in this indictment. Venue must be proven by direct or circumstantial evidence or both. Criminal homicide shall be considered as having been committed in the county in which the cause of death was inflicted. If it cannot be determined in which county the cause of death was inflicted, venue is proper and may be proved in the county in which the death occurred. If a dead body is discovered in this state and cannot be readily determined in what county the cause of death was inflicted, venue is proper and may be proved in the county in which the dead body was discovered. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now charge you on the offenses that are alleged in this bill of indictment. Count 1 alleges malice murder. For malice murder, the state must prove the defendant caused the death of another person unlawfully and with malice aforethought. The killing must have been done with malice to be murder. Malice, as the term is used here, is not necessarily ill will or hatred. Rather, it is the unlawful intent to kill. You may find malice when the circumstances show that the defendant acted with the deliberate intention to unlawfully take the life of another person. You may also find malice when there does not appear to be significant provocation and all the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. The state does not have to prove premeditation to prove murder. If a killing is done with malice, it is murder regardless of how briefly the malicious intent existed. No specific length of time is required for malice to arise in the defendant's mind. Malice may be formed in a moment, and instantly a fatal wound may be inflicted. If malice was in the defendant's mind at the time of the act or the killing and moved the defendant to do it, that is enough for the killing to be murder. Premeditation typically means a prior decision or plan to do something. Premeditation is not an element of murder and does not need to be proved by the state for you to find malice aforethought. However, in determining whether malice existed at the time of the killing, you may consider any evidence of premeditation or lack of it. The state does not have to prove motive to prove murder. Any evidence of motive has been admitted for your use in determining the defendant's state of mind at the time of the killing. Ladies and gentlemen, count 2, the defendant is charged with felony murder. For felony murder, the state must prove that the defendant caused the death of another person by committing a felony. The state does not have to show that the defendant acted with malice to prove felony murder. Aggravated assault is a felony, which I will define for you shortly. You may find the defendant guilty of felony murder if you believe that he caused the death of another person by committing the felony of aggravated assault, regardless of whether he intended the death to occur. There must be some causal connection between the felony and the death. Felony murder is not established simply because the death occurred at the same time as or shortly after the felony was attempted or committed. The felony must have directly caused the death or played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death, regardless of when the death ultimately occurred. I will now charge you on the elements of aggravated assault. For aggravated assault, the state must prove the defendant assaulted another person with an offensive weapon. To prove assault, the state does not have to prove that the other person was actually injured. However, the state must prove that the defendant attempted to cause a violent injury to the person or committed an act that placed the person in reasonable apprehension or fear of immediately receiving a violent injury. An offensive weapon is an object that is likely to cause or actually does cause death or serious bodily injury if used against another person. The presence of an offensive weapon or the appearance of such may be established by circumstantial evidence. The state is not required to admit into evidence the offensive weapon used by the defendant in order for the defendant to be found guilty of the offenses of malice murder, felony murder, or aggravated assault. I will now charge you, ladies and gentlemen, on possession of a knife during the commission of a felony. For possession of a knife during the commission of a felony, the state must prove that the defendant had a knife with a blade at least 3 inches long on his person while committing a felony, which is one of the following: a crime involving another person, concealing death of another, which is a felony, which I will define for you shortly. And I will now define for you the elements of possession of tools for the commission of a crime. For possession of tools for the commission of a crime, the state must prove the defendant possessed a tool or device commonly used to commit the crimes alleged in the indictment and intended to use the tool or other device to commit a crime. With regard to the charge of possession of a knife during the commission of a felony or possession of tools for the commission of a crime, the state must prove that the defendant possessed the knives or other devices at issue in this case. Actual possession means that at the time of the alleged offense, the defendant knowingly had direct physical control over the knife, tool, or device. Constructive possession means that all times of the alleged offense, the defendant may not have had direct physical control over those knives or devices, but that he did knowingly have both the ability and the intention to exercise control over those objects. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in count 4, the defendant is charged with concealing the death of another. I charge you that the state must prove that the defendant concealed the death of another person, which hindered the discovery of whether that person was unlawfully killed. In count 11 of the indictment, the defendant is charged with removal of body parts from the scene of death. And I charge you that it shall be unlawful for any person to remove from the scene of the death or dismemberment of any person or any human body part thereof. Now, with regard to count 12, where the defendant is charged with tampering with evidence, I charge you that a person commits the offense of tampering with evidence when, with the intent to prevent the apprehension or cause the wrongful apprehension of any person or to obstruct the prosecution or defense of any person, he knowingly destroys, alters, conceals, or disguises physical evidence or makes, devises, prepares, or plants false evidence. Now, ladies and gentlemen, after considering the testimony and evidence presented to you, together with the charge of the court, if you should find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant in Liberty County, Georgia, did commit the offenses as alleged in the indictment, you would be authorized to find the defendant guilty of that offense, and in that event, the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. However, if you do not believe the defendant is guilty of an offense alleged in the indictment, or you have any reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of that offense, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant of that offense, in which event the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. By no ruling or comment that the court has made during the progress of this trial have I intended to express any opinion upon the facts of this case, upon the credibility of the witnesses, upon the evidence, or upon the guilt or innocence of the accused defendant. Your verdict should be a true verdict, based upon your opinion of the evidence according to the laws given you in this charge. You are not to show favor or sympathy to one party or the other. It is your duty to consider the facts of this case objectively, without favor, affection, or sympathy to either party. In deciding this case, you should not be influenced by sympathy or prejudice for or against either party. You are only concerned with the guilt or innocence of the defendant. You are not to concern yourselves with punishment, and you are prohibited from discussing any potential sentences in this case. One of your first duties in the jury room will be to select one of your members to serve as the foreperson. He or she will preside over the deliberations, and he or she will sign the verdict, to which all 12 of you freely and voluntarily agree. You should start your deliberations with an open mind. Consult with one another and consider each other's point of view. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but you should do so only after a full discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. Do not hesitate to change an opinion if you are convinced that it is wrong. However, you should never surrender an honest opinion in order to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinions of other jurors. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with anyone other than your fellow jurors. You are not permitted to conduct any research. You are not allowed to consult any other materials. And I don't believe that you'll have your phone, so I don't think that's an issue. So whatever your verdict is, ladies and gentlemen, it must be unanimous. The verdict must be in writing and signed by your foreperson, dated and returned to be published in open court. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have prepared a verdict form that you'll be able to use. You will also have the indictment that fully sets forth all 12 counts. So as you go through the body of the indictment, you can read count 1. You can read through the entire language that is set forth in the indictment. And then you'll see that the verdict form says, "We, the jury, in the above title action find the defendant, count 1, malice murder." And there's a block that you can check, not guilty or guilty. And it's the same for all 12 counts. So after you have reached a unanimous verdict, and it has been signed and dated on the back page by your foreperson, you would then simply knock on the door, tell the bailiff that you have reached a verdict, although you would not disclose what that verdict is. Then we would bring you back into open court where your verdict will be published according to law. Now, there are going to be a lot of exhibits that will go out with you. These large boxes, the large boxes of physical evidence, we're not going to send those out with you at this time. But if you feel that you need to observe or look at those objects, if you would just simply write a note to the bailiff, and we'll be happy to bring you back out so you can take a look at the object that you wish to see. So I'm going to allow you to go back to the jury room at this time, but you will not begin your discussions and deliberations until you receive the indictment, the verdict form, and all of the physical evidence that will be sent with you. So you are excused at this time. All right, everyone, please be seated. Let the record reflect the jury's now out. Ms. Bayo, on behalf of the state, are there any objections to the charge of court?
There are no objections to the charge or to the verdict form, Your Honor.
Mr. Weinstein.
The defense also has no objections to the charge or the verdict form.
All right, thank you. So we've already reviewed all the exhibits. They're in proper order. I assume we can go ahead and have them sent out to the jury.
I don't dispute that, Judge. I know normally it's the court's practice to have 2 separate rooms for alternates to not be with the jury. I know we didn't put it on the record. I just want to make sure that that's very clear.
It is, and I've got their names. Let me get the bailiff.
Mr. Weinstein?
Mr. Miller.
I just wanted to make sure.
The 4 alternate jurors.
All right, I guess they're trying to figure out what's going on. They've cut the audio on us. Hey, Golden Girl. Good morning to you.
We're just asking that they stick around. I asked Mr. Weinstein.
I
assumed that.
I'm going to always let him stay.
I know, Judge. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, then we'll be in recess until we have a verdict.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Bayo,
Yes, sir.
if you and Mr. Weinstein, this doesn't.
All right. Seems like we are officially in verdict watch. All right. he was going through the counts, and then also I had count 1 and count 2, and then all of a sudden he's like, "Okay, we're sending you back to the back to the jury room." I'm like, "What?" I totally missed 3 through 12. So, all right. So let the verdict games begin. Let the verdict games begin. All right. Oh, let me. That's off. Okay. All right. Hey, Lilac Runner, how are you? From Paris. Nice. Thank you for joining us. Yarnworks says he was right about 30 minutes. He was. It was like really literally like 28 minutes or something like that. It was crazy. Sinbad, yep. Wait, 12 counts, 1 for each juror, I should say. Hey, Marty, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Saudi girl, we're not going to start a new trial. It's all about Donna from here. After this verdict is in and this trial is over, it's all about Donna Adelson. She starts next Tuesday. So we have 5 episodes. We have 5 days of deep diving for Donna Adelson. So we're not going to even think about another trial. I want to get through this trial, and then we're on to Donna Adelson. Hey, Nancy for Hearts. Fancy Nancy. Good to see you. Thank you. Amy says he simplified instructions and told them to read through. Okay. I guess I missed that. I'm too busy taking notes, and I totally missed that. Mama says ego is huge with him. Absolutely. Spit and chips. Can't wait for Donna. Yeah, same. Yeah, Saudi girl, if we weren't covering Donna next week, I would consider those other ones sound interesting, but right now it's all about Donna. Let's see. Phyllis and Andrew says, if it takes the jury longer than 30 minutes, I just don't know about people. Yeah, let's put that up. All right, let me end this poll. Let's see what we're going to watch next. So let me end this poll. Let's end this one, and then we can put up how long we think it'll take. All right, so 39 votes. Let's see. I'm sorry, 139 votes. 139 votes. All right, what are we going to watch while we're in verdict watch? Okay, Nick's testimony, direct cross, 41%. Okay, and then opening statements, closing statements, 20%, and then something else, 16%. All right, so we'll get to Nick's testimony. Let's get to Nick's testimony, and before that, I'll put up a poll. Let's go with House long. How long do you think they'll take? House long. Now, this is assuming he's going to be guilty, because if he's not guilty or hung, it'll take longer, I would think. So let's see. House long, 0 to 1 hours, 1 to 2 hours. We'll go with 2 to 4 hours. And then over 4. All right. Got a new poll there for you guys. New poll. New poll for you. New poll for you, chat. You can hear me tippy, tippy, tappy, tappy. New poll for you, chat. All right. House long. All right. Yeah, everything is house long, right? Aussie Gardner. There is no more how. How just doesn't even make it into the lexicon anymore, into the language model. It's all house. At least here in trial watching land. All right. So Aaron is looking for Wendy. Filed a motion today about not wanting to testify for the defense. So she is not finding anything, right? Nothing, top or bottom. So Joel from Surviving the Survivor was reading and talked about it, but we're not finding anything on the docket. So we'll keep looking. We'll keep looking about that. Because she said if she testifies for the state, she has immunity, but if she testifies for the defense, she's going to invoke her Fifth Amendment rights. So we're not seeing anything. So we're not quite sure where Joel... Okay. Let's see. Poll choice number 5, however long it takes to fill the forms out. I know. The sad thing is, Sinbad, I only have 4 fields. Yep. Yeah, we know JMS. We were listening to him this morning. We'll get it. We'll find it. Don't worry. We'll get it. Not to worry. I saw that, Shore Life. I saw the seals shaking. They have a verdict. Can you imagine? The verdict clock stopped. They have a verdict. She filed it yesterday. Okay, we're looking. Aaron is looking. So, all right, let's move on to something else. Margaret, good morning, beautiful chat of the legally interested. Hope everyone is off to the start of a great day. Hellrider, speaking of House Long, have you heard anything about FBI still looking into the Red Room? For which one? For this one or for Wendy or for Dan? Which one? Hellrider? All right. Oh yeah, I was wondering what's the shortest. Laura says, fun fact: 2010 Connecticut double murder case. The jury deliberated for only 6 minutes. Wow. All right. Yeah, how long is Law Tube equivalent to Justin Timberlake's? It's gonna be May. All right. Let's for John. Wait, what trial are you talking about? I'm confused, man. But I need more context. All right, let's get to while you guys sort that out. Well, let me sort out what are we going to watch? We're going to watch his opening, right? I'm sorry, his direct. All right, so let me go find that. Let's go find that. Yesterday. All right. All right, so we're going to put this down here, and that down there. All right. Make it a little bit bigger. All right, then we'll get to him. All right, so this is going to be just give me a moment. We don't need to hear my client is going to testify. We'll just go straight to it. We don't need to hear my client is going to testify. All right. All right, so there's the verdict clock. All right, here we go.
All right, the state has now rested its case. Mr. Weinstein, you may proceed for the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Nicholas Kassotis to the stand.
Please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated.
Mr. Kassotis, would you please state your name and spell it?
Nicholas James Kassotis, Nicholas, and my last name is Kassotis. Though at this time that is not my legal name.
Would you please tell the jury your legal name?
Nicholas Killian James Stark, Stark.
And would you spell that? The Killian James and Stark.
Oh, Killian is Kilian, and James is James.
Where were you born?
I was born in Peterborough, New Hampshire.
Where did you grow up?
Fitzwilliam, New Hampshire. It is a very small town directly on the Massachusetts border. Small, rural New Hampshire. You talk about one stoplight towns, and we don't even have a full stoplight. It's one of those flashing ones.
Well, tell us about the region you grew up in. What was it like?
It's a rural area. It's heavily forested. I grew up on a dirt road, kind of in the middle of the woods. We have kind of regional high schools because all the surrounding towns are too small, so we have to put enough people together to fill a school.
What kind of recreational activities took place in that neck of the woods?
A lot of hunting, normal outdoor things, hiking, swimming. We lived about a mile from a lake.
What activities did you participate in?
I ran, I hiked. I loved being outdoors. I still love being outdoors. So a lot of kind of exploring, as some members of my family will say, sometimes getting a little too close to wildlife for my own safety, but...
Please tell the jury about your education.
After high school, I went to Boston University for college. I got my bachelor's there in 2004, and then I went to the Northeastern University School of Law, also in Boston. I got my JD, which is your basic law degree.
Following your JD, what career did you pursue?
I passed the Massachusetts bar that year and joined the United States Navy as a judge advocate.
Okay. Please tell the jury about your time in the Navy.
Yeah, I went on active duty starting in early 2008 after completing some training. We have what's called Officer Development School and then Naval Justice School, and then I reported to my first duty station in Norfolk, Virginia, where I was a defense attorney and a legal assistance attorney. While I was there, I also ran a couple of our smaller offices, and I deployed twice. I deployed once on short notice on the USNS Comfort. I was we would say the staff judge advocate. It's kind of just like an in-house lawyer for the mission commander. It was a humanitarian mission to Central America, South America, and the Caribbean on the ship for 4 or 5 months. I also deployed to Iraq, where I was stationed in Baghdad at a base called Camp Cropper, and I was doing issues related to detainees. The military captures a lot of people, and they have legal cases in Iraqi courts. They have legal rights and obligations that we have to give them. They're being interviewed by various things, and there was a lot of various legal issues that we had that I worked on.
What about your career following Iraq?
After I finished up in Norfolk, I was there on and off for 3 years with the deployments. I transferred to Region Legal Service Office, EURAFSWA, as we call it, Europe, Africa, and Southwest Asia. I was stationed in Sigonella, Sicily, at Naval Air Station Sigonella. There I was a prosecutor, and I was again, kind of a legal advisor to the commands on base, to the base commander, things of that nature.
Tell us about your time as a prosecutor.
Handled court-martials in the military, also some administrative boards, folks getting kind of thrown out. A lot of sexual assaults, unfortunately. That is the that is the most common crime I think we see at the court-martial level in the military. But some drug use cases, thefts, things of that nature.
You mentioned sexual assault, drug use cases. Any other types of crimes that you prosecuted that you can recall right now?
Not that I can recall.
Were you also a defense attorney?
I was a defense attorney in Norfolk.
What types of crimes were you defending against there?
Also mainly sexual assault. Sometimes I had a kind of an odd case that was somebody had refused, or hadn't refused, I would argue they hadn't refused, but had not taken a required urinalysis drug test, and that wound up at a court-martial. Some hazing cases, kind of some interesting drug use, things of that nature. I think one assault.
Did you eventually end up in the Pentagon?
I did. After Italy, I was stationed at the Pentagon for a couple years. When I first got there, I was an administrative law attorney, so anytime the military is trying to promote somebody, not promote somebody, fire somebody, it requires legal review, and it would wind its way through our office on its way to the 3-star admiral who was kind of the head of our community. And after that, I stayed. I moved to the office right next door, what was then called our International and Operational Law Division. Now it's called the National Security Law Division. I was the Chief of International Affairs, I believe was my job title, and I managed international agreements that the Navy has with navies and countries all over the world.
Did you get any further education while you were with the Navy?
I did. While I was at the Pentagon, I started going at night to get my LLM, which is a master's in law, and I got that at Georgetown University Law Center in national security law, focusing mostly on cybersecurity and privacy-related issues.
Can you tell us more about cybersecurity that you studied?
Yeah, anything from cyber investigations and prosecutions to compliance. What companies have to do when they retain your data, which, as I think we probably all know, companies know everything about us these days. So, what they have to do to protect them, under their regulatory rules, how they can use things, what they're allowed to do.
At some point, did you leave the Pentagon?
I did. I left in, I want to say September of 2017. I left active duty.
And where did you go from there?
At that point, I went to a Department of the Navy job with the Board for Correction of Naval Records. It is mostly when folks leave the military. There are other things that they do, but for the most part, when folks leave the military and don't have the discharge that they want. We talk about honorable discharges, and then there are 4 that aren't as good. Sometimes either months or years later, they want to try to upgrade that to a better discharge, and those cases are reviewed by the Board for Correction of Naval Records.
But you were no longer with the Navy at that point, is that correct?
I was not a member of the Navy. I was a civilian working for the Navy. And I was a Navy reservist at that time.
When did you cease being a Navy reservist?
I think officially I ceased being a Navy reservist in the fall of 2019, summer, fall of 2019, but I'm not exactly sure of that date. I had stopped drilling. And by drilling, we mean when people talk about the reserves, it's that 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks a year. I had stopped doing that 1 weekend a month sometime before that in anticipation of leaving the reserves.
What's the process for when you leave the active duty in the Navy?
You have to write a request, and it goes through your immediate boss, and then it winds up in Millington, Tennessee, at Navy Personnel Command, where it is either you were allowed to leave or you were told no for some reason.
Is there a letter of resignation?
There is a letter of recommendation.
I'm sorry. One second. Please let me finish the question
I'm sorry.
before you respond. So, is there a letter of resignation that goes along with that?
Yes, there is.
What did you state in your letter of resignation, if you recall?
If I recall, it was that I wanted more geographic stability and more professional stability. So the Navy JAG Corps puts a lot of emphasis on both moving constantly and also taking a lot of different jobs. They want people who are very well-rounded. They can plug into any job at a moment's notice, which is obviously useful for the military, but I wanted to be able to concentrate more professionally.
When did you leave the Naval Reserve?
That was, I believe, fall 2019.
Did that also have a resignation process involving a letter?
It did.
And what did you state in that letter, if you recall?
If I recall correctly, at that point it was, I talked about some health issues that my wife Mindi was going through.
Let's go back a little bit.
Okay.
To your time in the Navy. Tell us about your personal life during that time.
When I arrived in Norfolk, I was single, and several months later I met then Heather Bassett, who I later married.
Do you recall when you married Heather Bassett?
September 26th, 2009.
Tell us about that marriage.
It was not great. We had a lot of issues, I think, kind of throughout, to the point where I later heard the night before our wedding, she told somebody publicly that she didn't think it was going to last. We had. I was deployed a lot. I was deployed for a large chunk of our engagement. I was deployed within 2 months of us getting married. I don't think either of those is also a good step for marital success. I think we had a lot of disagreements kind of throughout our marriage.
What kind of disagreements did you have?
Things about money, about career moves, about children.
What were the disagreements about children?
When we had started dating, Heather had stated that she wanted children and that it would be relatively easy for her to have children. That she had a something called PCOS. I'm not really sure what you would call it. It's not a disease. It's a syndrome of some type. That there were medications she could take that would make it very easy down the line for her to have children.
Did you ever have children with Miss Bassett?
I did not. No. We discussed it many times. At one point, we both got tested to see if everything was in working order, but she chose not to take the medication and therefore we never had children. There was never a pregnancy or the attempt of a pregnancy.
When did you tell me about the end of your marriage to Heather?
In sometime in 2015, we had been having, I wouldn't even say issues because we weren't arguing, but she was gone a lot. She was spending nights at friend's house, which was unusual. She was not around much, and at one point when she was around, she asked me to help her print a document from her computer. And while I was doing that, a Facebook message popped up on it that was obviously romantic in nature. She kind of snatched it away and said, "Oh, I just remembered how to print on here." And I started, I guess, looking into what was going on. And about a week later, I confronted her. At the time, I took a recording of the conversation. But I said I knew that she was seeing somebody. She told me that she'd been seeing a coworker of hers for some time, a man named Anthony Thomas, and she left that day and moved to his house, and then kind of moved back, I believe, the next day, and we talked about things for a little while. She continued to see him, and then she moved out again back into his house.
Did you eventually get divorced?
We did. I filed for divorce on September 1st of 2015, and it was granted about a month and a half later, if memory serves, sometime in October.
Were you represented by counsel during that divorce?
I was not.
Was Heather?
She was not.
And you said the divorce was finalized about a month later?
Roughly, yes. It was October of 2015.
Do you know if Heather ever remarried following your divorce?
She did. The following day, she married Tony, as he goes by, the man that she was seeing, that she told me she was seeing during our marriage.
When did you meet Mindi Kassotis?
I met Mindi on September 18th, 2015.
How did you meet?
We had met on a dating website called OkCupid, and we had talked for, I don't know, maybe a week or so, and then we met at a restaurant in Alexandria, Virginia.
Do you recall where you met?
Yeah, it's called Blackwall Hitch. It's a restaurant kind of right down by the water. It's a nice little spot.
And you eventually married Mindi Mebane Kassotis, correct?
Fairly
Or Mebane,
quickly.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I mean, it was, you know, I mean, I would say within a month we were talking about marriage. You know, starting to look at wedding venues. It happened very quickly, and we married just over a year later on October 9th, 2016.
At the time that you married Mindi Mebane Kassotis, you still had obligations under your divorce decree to Heather, correct?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall the specific obligations that you had?
Yes, there were two loans that we were both on. A personal loan where we had refinanced some credit cards, if I remember correctly, and a Chevy Silverado. And later, I was also at that point living in the marital property and making payments on the mortgage. But later on, she asked, because that had been purchased under her VA mortgage. You know, for people who are veterans, they have the right to a VA mortgage. It had been purchased under her VA mortgage, right? So she asked me to work on refinancing and removing her from that so that she could use her VA mortgage for home purchase with Tony.
Were you able to do that refinancing?
I was not, no. I had started the process. I paid for an attorney because there was deed work required. It was kind of a lengthy process, and by the time it was reaching fruition, a lot of other things were going wrong.
Did you fulfill any of the other obligations that were required to be fulfilled in your divorce decree from Heather?
Some of them. You know, there was a lump sum payment, I believe, of $3,000 to pay off a bill that I paid off, and you know, I was working on other things, but they did not come to pass.
Did Heather eventually pursue you for your failure to fulfill your obligations?
She did.
What did she do?
She filed some sort of a complaint in court saying that I was not fulfilling my obligations under a divorce decree.
How did that resolve itself?
I believed that it resolved itself in an agreement and then a payment to her.
What was the agreement on what you were supposed to pay Heather in that resolution?
In that resolution, I was supposed to pay her roughly $1.5 million.
Did you make that payment?
I believed the payment was made on my behalf. I did not actually make the payment, but I saw documentation, and I believed at the time that it was made. I had no reason not to.
I believe you told the court you had $32 million. Is that correct?
That's what I was told. That's what I had been provided documentation to show.
Let's go ahead and get into that.
Yes, sir.
You said things began to get weird. Can you explain that to the jury and also explain about the time frames for that?
Yes. In 2017, we were discussing my upcoming departure from active duty. We were discussing, you know, starting a family, several things, and Mindi was very actively watching all of our spending because she wanted to make sure that we were in the best position financially, and she started noticing odd deductions from our accounts that weren't tied to anything that we were doing. Sometimes they seemed to be, the ones she showed me were, they didn't even have transaction numbers. It would just say something like payment, and you know, hundreds of dollars would go missing. At the time, we thought it was an error with our bank. We were banking with USAA at the time, and thought that this was some sort of a bank error that would be easily resolved.
Did you tell other people about the bank issue outside of Mindi?
At this time, I don't know that we did. We might have, but again, in early 2017, we did not think that this was a serious issue.
Did you take that up with your bank, USAA?
Mindi did. I was, at this time, both working full-time in the Pentagon, looking for jobs, and I was still taking that LLM at night, so I was kind of burning the candle at both ends, but she was taking care of kind of Mindi was not working at this time, so she was in charge of that.
And again, when you say at this time, would you tell the jury the rough time frame of
This
the
is
USA?
early to mid 2017.
Okay. Please let me get my questions out so that the court
I'm sorry.
reporter can get it all down. You said 2018?
2017.
2017. Anything else strange begin to happen around that time frame?
Not at that time, though. We had been having kind of some, I'll say, familial arguments. It started with Mindy and my brother Chris, and kind of evolved over time to include our parents. It was, at that time I believed it to be kind of normal marital, a new wife, somebody that they didn't know very well, and that these were kind of growing pains that we were going through.
When you say marital arguments, were those arguments between you and Mindy?
Sometimes, but more often between Mindy and my brother at this time.
Your brother Chris?
My brother Chris.
Okay. Any other weirdness begin to happen later?
Yes, sometime in late 2017, we had seen kind of a brief reprieve where we thought that things had, our bank had fixed the issues, that things were no longer going wrong, and suddenly it kind of restarted with a lot more than it had before, and we also started seeing vandalism at our house. I would sometimes get anonymous emails stating, that I was going to be hurt or killed. Our mail would go missing. Things of that nature.
Did you ever report that to any law enforcement?
I did.
Who did you report that to?
I reported that to the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How did you report it to the FBI?
On their website somewhere, they had a, report a crime, and I filed a complaint there, and I believe Mindy also filed a complaint there.
Where were you living at the time?
I was living at 3805 Adrian Drive in Alexandria, Virginia. That was the house that Heather and I had purchased while we were married, and I continued living there after the dissolution of our marriage. And then later, when I met Mindy and she moved in, we lived in that house.
Did you report it to the Alexandria Police Department?
I did not.
What county is Alexandria in?
Virginia is a little strange, but there is an Alexandria City part of Alexandria, which is, so they are their own county, and then there is a Fairfax County part of Alexandria, which is where I live.
Did you report it to any county law enforcement?
I did not.
What happened after?
I'm sorry, can I say why? The mail, my understanding, was a federal crime, as well as the banking issues, and since they all seemed, I imagine that they were all connected, I did not think going to local law enforcement would accomplish anything except for a police report.
Pardon me, but let me backtrack for a moment.
Yes, sir.
When you were at the Pentagon, was there ever any publicity surrounding your name?
There was.
What was that about?
In summer of 2016, I think about a month before our wedding, a high-profile case regarding a Marine had wound its way past my desk, and it resulted, a memo that I had been the initial author of was quoted in the Washington Post. It got a lot of attention.
Why did it get a lot of attention?
I think because of the both some of the underlying facts of the case. I wasn't involved in the underlying facts of the case, but several Marines were killed in Afghanistan by a corrupt Afghan police officer. There were some very salacious, awful personal details about him and crimes he committed against children. And it had to do with emailing classified information. That was the case that came to me, was this Marine who had retained and then emailed in unclassified form classified information. And for any of you who remember the 2016 election, that was a big issue about who was putting what on unclassified emails. So I think that kind of the timing, a couple months before that election, it was a perfect storm to get some press attention.
How, if at all, did that press attention affect you at the time?
At the time, I was in the process of applying to jobs. I'd actually had a third or fourth interview at a position I believed I was going to get, and very suddenly was not even being contacted anymore by them.
Okay, let's move back forward to the vandalism that you were experiencing. What type of vandalism was that?
Nails in our tires, a broken window, things of that nature. I mean, we wouldn't even move our cars some days, and it would have a new hole in the tire.
Was there any result of you making this report to the FBI?
Yes, there was.
What happened?
I contacted I tried to contact a former colleague who worked with the Department of Justice. I hoped that it would get us out of the bin of everybody's complaints and a bit more attention. I wasn't sure if I had managed to contact him, just because of his job. He keeps a very low profile. But several days later, I got a call at work. This was when I was working as a civilian at the Board for Correction and Naval Records, and Mindi said that an FBI agent had come to the house.
What did you do after learning that an FBI agent had come to the house?
I asked her what they had talked about. She said that he was there in regards to what had been happening to us, that he would be returning in the near future. I don't recall everything. It's been, 7 years. I'm not sure exactly what she told me that day versus what I learned shortly thereafter.
What was the name given by the FBI agent?
Jim McIntyre.
What happened next with respect to Jim McIntyre?
He came back a couple days later.
Did you meet with him at that time?
I did.
Tell us about that.
He came to the house. I believe he had called to schedule it to make sure that I was going to be home at the time. He seemed very thorough, very professional. He wanted to know everything that had happened. He wanted copies of the emails that we had received. He wanted specific issues with the banks. I believe we printed out screenshots of the charges that showed what had been going on, and we provided all that to him. And he said that it was something he took seriously, and that he would be investigating it.
So some random individual shows up at your house, says he's with the FBI, and claims to be a man named Jim McIntyre. What did you do to verify that information?
I didn't verify it. Mindi believed that she had seen a badge, or she told me at the time that she'd seen a badge. I had no reason to doubt that he was who he said he was. It didn't cross my mind that somebody else could have shown up at my house at that time.
And what was your education again at this point in time?
At this point, I had my LLM. I had 2 law degrees and my bachelor's. I'd also worked with FBI agents in a number of different fields. I did not see anything that caused me to question that he was who he said he was. In fact, I thought that we were lucky. As this was going on, I read multiple news reports of people who had undergone cyber stalking and cyber crimes, and often it seemed like their big battle was getting somebody to believe what was going on, getting law enforcement to take it seriously, getting law enforcement who had jurisdiction over the crimes to take it seriously. And I thought we were lucky. I said many times how lucky we were.
What did Jim McIntyre advise you?
Over the coming weeks or months, he advised us that he believed that this Washington Post article had gotten me some attention that I was from a overseas hacking group of some sort that was targeting members of the military. He said that we should relax somewhat because he believed that the local vandalism and things of that nature were likely something they were paying kids to do or something of that nature. We were not in real danger. It was meant to be harassing us, and that he was continuing to investigate it.
Do you recall the approximate time or date that Jim McIntyre initially showed up and you had this conversation?
This was sometime in late 2017.
Did you eventually leave your civilian job with the Navy?
Yes, I left my civilian job in February of 2018.
What did you do at that point in time for work?
At that point, I believed I was being employed by a software company that he had connected me to, that Jim McIntyre had connected me to.
What software company did you believe you were employed by?
The name changed multiple times over the years that I believe I worked there. The ending name was Apis Limited, which I believe is the Latin word for bee or something like that, like a bumblebee or a honeybee.
Do you know why Jim McIntyre would help you find a job?
Yeah, I believed that he was helping me because of our situation. That he knew people, which is not uncommon. Private sector and the government on criminal, especially cyber investigations, often have to work very hand in hand. And as I had talked to him, and I was hoping to find something that would allow me to work from home, because despite his reassurances that he did not think at that time we were in real danger, I was very uncomfortable leaving Mindi home alone. We had suffered a very serious car accident. She was she had a lot of health issues following that, and leaving my frail wife at home by herself when we're undergoing this was something that really bothered me.
When you were working for this company that eventually becomes Apis Limited, where were you working from?
I was working from home.
So this was remote work?
This was remote work.
Where were they headquartered?
I believe they were headquartered in Colorado at the time, though I believe they were incorporated in Wyoming. I saw some incorporation documents, and that's not uncommon. Wyoming does not have a corporate income tax, the same way that most large corporations are headquartered in Delaware because of the laws.
What was your role within Apis Limited?
I was an attorney, kind of a general counsel role, though it carried with it a lot of kind of other stuff. Sometimes I would be called on to help look through data, records that were being generated by the software.
What was the nature of their business?
The nature of their business was AI software development, basically using artificial intelligence software to analyze data and find connections between it.
Were you doing any coding for them at this time?
Very little. Sometimes I would be asked to look at something. I do have somewhat of a coding background, but it was not something that I was called on regularly to do because, frankly, there were other people who were much better at it than me. I think, sometimes there are situations where everybody else knows too much about a problem, and somebody who's looking at it with fresh eyes can help, but very rarely was I asked to look at any coding.
Were you still with this company in 2019?
Yes, I was. Sorry.
And that's about the same time that Heather is coming, finally bringing it to a head to collect this divorce obligations that you've failed to perform?
Yes.
So when you agreed to pay her $1.5 million, what made you think that you had $1.5 million?
Mr. Jim McIntyre told me I did. If I could back up just a little,
please,
because that year, the year 2018 into early 2019, a lot had happened. In May, we were told to leave our house. He said that there were arrests being made, and that there was nobody. It was a holiday weekend, I believe it was Memorial Day weekend, and that we would not. He was worried we would not be safe if we stayed there. That somebody might do something rash, and we were terrified. We kind of grabbed our dog and we went down to Williamsburg, Virginia. There's a naval base right outside Williamsburg, Naval Weapons Station Yorktown, that has little vacation cabins on, and we kind of huddled down there for the weekend and came back thinking that everything was over. It was not over, obviously. Things continued. If anything, it picked up pace. The money disappearing, the issues with our bank accounts, the issues with emails, mail, vandalism of our house. So we were in contact with Mr. McIntyre, or man we knew as Mr. McIntyre again, and he started looking for other suspects. He said at that time it was clear that somebody else was doing this, and he was casting a wider net.
Why would Jim McIntyre know how much money you had?
Because there was a large sale or licensing agreement that was completed at some point. I wasn't getting paid by this company. I was paid only in stock options, and I was told that this large sum of money was being given to me. I believe this was late 2018. Honestly, it felt kind of like a lottery ticket. It was something that I had never expected, but we had real issues with getting a large chunk of money because we couldn't put a couple $100s into our account without it going missing within a matter of minutes, if not hours. So during that time, he said he set up a trust. He showed us extensive documentation where it would be invested and care would be taken of it, and it wouldn't be anything that we could touch or until it was safe to do so, and also it would be, thankfully, something that nobody else could touch because of that same reason.
So eventually you go into court in Virginia because Heather's attempting to get this $1.5 million from you, correct?
Yes, and we were dealing with two loans that were both under $20,000 and a mortgage that was about $550,000, maybe $600,000. So this $1.5 million was something that Jim had suggested to me to make an offer to her, both because in the lead up we were unsure if Heather might be might be involved in what was going on against us. She was one of many suspects that he discussed with us. He went into really great depth in everybody in our life, and he said this was one of those situations where if she wasn't involved, I would never have to pay her anything. You know, it would all be forfeited when she was arrested. If she was not involved, you know, she had suffered along with us through this. You know, there was you know, an effect on her life. You know, things that she had to deal with in terms of her employment. So,
Why would you tell the judge that Mindi was the impediment to you paying the $1.5 million?
at the time, that's what I was told.
And you heard the judge warn you that you better come up with that money in the next week, correct?
Absolutely.
And what did the judge tell you would happen if you didn't come up with that money in the next week?
That I'd be held in contempt and, you know, arrested.
Did you come up with that money in the next week?
I believed I did.
Why did you believe you did?
Because when I returned home, both Mindi and Jim McIntyre were there. I thought I was going to have to go to Atlanta to meet with Mindi. She had been gone for several days, but Jim said that this was, you know, kind of his last investigative step into Heather, into Mrs. Thomas, and he said that she was not involved in what was going on. That he had wired the money. I had a wire confirmation, and I had bank documents later showing that money coming out of the trust, and I assumed that everything was settled.
Do you have any of that documentation right now?
I do not anymore.
Why not?
Because we left that house later that year, and I don't know if we left it there or if it has something that we lost over time, but we moved a lot. So.
You say, when you say you left that house, you're referring to the house in Alexandria?
Yes, yeah, the Adrian Drive house in Alexandria, the one that Heather and I had purchased together.
So the court issue was January of 2019, is that correct?
That's correct.
When did you leave your house in Alexandria?
I left my house in Alexandria in late October of 2019.
And did you leave the state of Virginia at that time?
No, I did not.
Where did you go?
I went to the Charlottesville, Virginia area. It's roughly 2 hours southwest of Alexandria.
Why did you move to Charlottesville?
We were looking at relocating to Charlottesville. It was an area that we both like. It's more rural. It's very pretty, and we were hoping to live there.
Where did you stay in Charlottesville?
We stayed at a rental property, and I was told that the gym, within a day or two, had rented us a longer-term rental that we could use, and that we would be moving into that.
Where were all of your personal and household effects at that time?
So we had 3 groups of stuff. We were told to leave with roughly 2 weeks of stuff because that's what it would take for us, everything else to catch up with us. We had a moving pod at the house that I personally packed up with, you know, 90% of what we owned. And then we had some things that I was worried were too delicate to put in a pod. I called Mr. McIntyre and said, you know, if I put this in here, it's going to be destroyed. You know, things like photographs, you know, framed pictures, china. And he said to get a local storage unit, put it in there, and give him the key, and then he would help. He would have it moved later on.
And was it moved later on?
I have absolutely no idea.
You weren't concerned that all of your goods?
I was very concerned about our things, but I was told it was moved, but I have absolutely no idea if it was actually moved.
And who found your place in Charlottesville?
I found our initial rental in Charlottesville. He had found what he told us was going to be the long-term place that we were.
And where was that long-term place?
I believe it was Nelson County, or it's a little west of Charlottesville, and I haven't been there in a couple of years, so I forget the exact name of the county.
Now you're still working for APIS Limited at this time?
I am, 12, 15 hours a day at times.
12, 15 hours a day?
Yes.
What were you doing for 12 to 15 hours a day?
Reviewing data, reviewing memos, typing memos.
Anything other than that riveting work?
No. A lot of time staring at a computer screen.
Did you eventually leave Charlottesville?
We did. The night that we arrived there, or possibly the next day, I was assaulted at the house that he had set up as a long-term rental. At that time, he had told me that I was being targeted by members of my family, most specifically my father, Wayne Kassotis.
Did you believe that?
I did believe that.
Why would you believe that your own father would travel to Charlottesville and assault you?
At that time, we had been looking at literally everyone in our lives. My ex-wife, Mindy's ex-boyfriend, a former boss of Mindy's best friend who had tried to assault her at one point. Anyone who might have ill will held against us. And he, at some point he had come back to us in mid to late 2019 and said, I have information, that this is being perpetrated by your family for reasons unknown. At the time, he said he assumed it was financial because of this large amount of money that we had received. And things were very bad with my family at this point. We were, we've always been very close, but things were. We weren't speaking. Things had gotten so strained that we were not in contact at all. He and somebody that he had put me on the phone with, to talk about kind of.
I'm going to interrupt you for a
Okay.
moment to ask you to try to not use pronouns where it's unclear who you're referring to.
I'm sorry.
So when you say he, can you continue and use actual names?
Yeah. Jim had set me up to speak with somebody over the phone. I'd been in therapy before, and somebody he said was a therapist who said I showed a lot of signs of repressed abuse at the hands of my family. That we had extremely unhealthy things going on within the family structure, and at the time it kind of unfortunately made sense just because of how bad things were, and it was so strange and frankly so scary at the time. We had been, this is mid 2019. We had been dealing with this now for over 2 years, and it was only getting worse.
What kind of assault did you suffer?
I was attacked from behind. Somebody hit me with something hard. I don't know if it was a board or a baseball bat or something, but I was hit multiple times. I was kicked in the face.
Did you seek medical treatment?
I did.
Did you make reports to law enforcement?
I believed I did. I made that night. I called Mr. McIntyre and told him what had happened. He is the one who brought me to a medical clinic the next day, the following morning.
Did you eventually leave Charlottesville?
We did. We were very concerned. He told us at that time that he was taking over, making all of our rental arrangements, and we started doing what we would unfortunately do for some time to come, which was moving fairly regularly. Packing everything up, sometimes on only an hour notice, and going to another house. So we did that for, I guess we got there the beginning of November or the very end of October, and we were there until right before Christmas.
There being Charlottesville?
I'm sorry, we were in Charlottesville or the surrounding areas. I don't know that we were ever in Charlottesville proper, but we were in the surrounding areas for 2 months.
And why did you leave Charlottesville?
He said that he felt like it would be better for us to get out of Virginia for a while. After the assault, Mindy also wanted to spend Christmas with her family. Her family all lived at this point in South Carolina, the Hilton Head area. I'm not sure exactly if her parents were in that immediate area at the time, but her family would all be in Hilton Head for Christmas.
Forgive me, pronouns are the bane of my existence.
Yes,
Could you try to use a name? He is who in this?
He is Jim McIntyre.
Okay. So where did you move to?
At this point, we moved into a rental in Hilton Head, South Carolina.
Who found that rental?
He did.
Who paid for that rental?
I came to learn later that Cameron Nelson paid for that rental, though at the time I believed he was paying for it.
Why did you believe Cameron Nelson was paying for that rental?
At the time, I believed Jim McIntyre was paying for the rental.
At the time you believed.
Yes.
Why would you believe Jim McIntyre, this FBI agent, is paying for the rental of your homes?
I assumed that he was paying for it out of our own money, but because he had access to this trust, I didn't think this was coming out of FBI funds or anything.
Why did he have access to your money?
Because he was keeping it safe for us, was our understanding.
So you moved to the Airbnb in Hilton Head. How long were you there?
I don't know that it was an Airbnb. It was a
sorry.
vacation rental. I never saw any of these rental documents. So We were there for no more than a week, and then we were told to move and go to a different rental, also in Hilton Head.
Who told you to move?
Jim McIntyre.
Why?
Because he said that if we stayed in one place too long, that we might be found, that it was dangerous.
How were you feeling at this time?
I was frankly terrified. I mean, even we had our dog Rusty. Bringing Rusty out to the bathroom was kind of a fraught exercise. I was always worried that somebody was going to be driving by and see us. I was still physically suffering the aftermath and mentally suffering the aftermath of the assault. I was absolutely terrified all of the time.
So approximately, when did you move to Hilton Head?
We moved to Hilton Head in roughly late December of 2019. It was either Christmas Eve or we might have arrived the night before that. I believe we arrived the night before, the evening of December 23rd.
And how long did you stay in Hilton Head on this portion?
We stayed in Hilton Head for just over 6 months. We left the second week of June.
And how many places did you live in over that 6-month period?
I would be estimating, but 15 to 25.
You moved 15 to 20 times during that 6-month period?
Yes.
How would you move your things?
We had, at that time, a couple of cardboard boxes. As time went on, those obviously get destroyed. And we had plastic bins that were delivered to us. And when those would get destroyed, we would get new ones. And they would get beat up too.
Did you have a vehicle at this point in time?
At this point in time, we did, yes. We had my Chevy Silverado.
So of those approximately 15 places that you lived in Hilton Head during this time, early 2020, how were those places procured?
By Mr. Jim McIntyre. We never knew when we would move. We never knew when we would move out. Sometimes we would be in a place for 6 or 7 weeks. Those were rare but wonderful, and sometimes it would be every 2 or 3 days. Sometimes with literally an hour to pack. He would say, "You have to be out of the house in an hour. This is where you're going. This is the code to get in. Pack your things."
Why did you believe Jim McIntyre was paying for all these places?
I believed that the money was being paid for us. I believed that he was protecting us because of this investigation.
How did Jim McIntyre get Cameron's credit card information?
I have absolutely.
Let me just finish the question,
sorry.
please. In order to have Cameron pay for all of this?
I have absolutely no idea.
Did you provide it to him?
I did not.
But Cameron provided you with her credit card information, correct?
Yes, Cameron provided me with a physical credit card as well as the billing address that I believed we were using for food from time to time, and 2 initial rentals when we had first left our home. One in Alexandria where we stayed while I was packing up the home, and then the first one in Charlottesville where I thought we would be. And I specifically reached out to her about those 2 rentals, and then I did not think that we were putting anything else large on that card, so we did not talk about it for some time.
You gave Jim McIntyre access to your financials?
I gave Jim McIntyre access to literally everything. I believed because of the investigation and that it was necessary. Financial, my bank accounts, my email accounts, my social media accounts, absolutely everything. And so did Mindi.
I'm sorry, tell me the full list, if you will, of everything that you gave Jim McIntyre access to.
He had access to our home. He had a spare key to our home as well as the alarm code while we lived there. He had all of our bank accounts, USAA and a couple others that we had tried to pick up to do that. He had, at this point, our mail. We had initially moved our mail to a post office because of the constant issues we had getting our mail. It would just, sometimes for days we would not get any mail, and then we would get things that slipped through that said, well, you haven't paid this bill that we hadn't received. Shortly before we left, we moved our mail to a service down in Florida that would scan it and hold on to it for you, let you know what it was. So he had access to that. All of our social media, both of our social media, anything from Reddit to Twitter to Instagram to Facebook, He also had our Signal. So Signal is a encrypted messaging app. I know we've heard a little talk about it. You can mirror Signal from your phone to a computer, so that you could use either the phone or the computer. He had us mirror our Signal accounts to I thought professional computers of his, so that he could monitor those conversations as well.
Okay. I'll ask you to just slow down just a little bit
All right.
to make sure the court reporter gets everything.
Yes, sir.
So eventually you leave Hilton Head, correct?
Yes, in late May of 2020, Mindi had a large argument with her brother, and then a smaller argument with her parents, and said that she didn't feel like she wanted to stay in the area anymore. And Jim asked us how we felt about Charleston, South Carolina.
When you say not wanting to stay in the area, her family was in that area?
Yes, her family was in the area.
Who lived in that area?
Her brother Frank the Fourth, a lot of Franks. Frank the Fourth, and then his wife Megan at the time. And they are, to my understanding, still married. I mean, at the time, because they had a child later. And I believe that Mindy's parents and her youngest brother Matthew also lived in the area at the time. Her parents Betsy and Frank the Third, and then Matthew, who is I guess at this point in his early 20s, but back then was still in high school.
So in that first half of 2020 period, how would you describe the relationship that you had with Frank the Fourth and Megan?
I thought it was generally quite good, though when he and Mindi had their large argument, I didn't speak to them. It's kind of, if your wife is fighting with her brother, you don't talk to her brother. You let them deal with it.
Okay. So again, I'm sorry. Would you tell me again where did you move after May of 2020? We
moved very briefly to Charleston, South Carolina.
Why did you move to Charleston?
It was something that Jim had suggested. How we asked how we felt about it. Neither of us had ever been to Charleston, and we said we would try it.
What kind of work, if any, was Mindi doing at this time?
Mindi was not doing any work at this time.
Why not?
She had left her job shortly before we got married. And it was not a healthy office environment. She had briefly run an events company in Virginia, but that wasn't really work she enjoyed. It was just something that she did, I think, to keep busy. And she had launched a podcast, but after the first season of that, because of everything else that was happening, she did not do the work for the second season.
While you're moving 15 times in Hilton Head, who knows how many times after that, you'd mentioned strange things earlier. Were strange things continuing to happen to you?
We still did not have access to any of our bank accounts. We couldn't even log into our bank accounts. We tried on various occasions, and it would say, the password doesn't work. If we reset the password, we wouldn't even get the email. But other than that, physically, we were not still having the damage to the houses that we were in, anything like that.
Okay. How long are you in Charleston?
We are in Charleston for only a week.
Why only a week?
A couple things. Mindi had Mindi throughout this stretch had some health issues. She'd been very sick back in February, and then had something that we just didn't understand in June. Was at the hospital for a couple days, but neither one of us really liked Charleston. I'm not a city guy, so it was a little too developed. Not enough privacy. So we said to Mr. McIntyre that it wasn't a place that we thought that we would see ourselves long term, and he said that he would find something else. And a day or two later, he came up with Beaufort, South Carolina.
We'll get to Beaufort in a moment. You referenced Mindi's health issues. What health issues was she having at this time?
She got very sick in February. Over the course of 2020, I did kind of extensive spreadsheets on when I thought she had different symptoms. She had at the time what appeared to be a very nasty cold, but later I questioned whether it might be COVID. And then in June, the week we spent in Charleston, she had some sort of I don't know what you would call it, a spell. She started shaking uncontrollably. Her eyes were very, very large. Her pupils dilated almost to the edge of her eyes. I was absolutely terrified.
So what kind of treatment, if any, did she get for that?
I was told that she went to there's a large hospital in Charleston, and I forget what it's called. I think it's affiliated with a college or university, but I was told she was brought there, that they tested her extensively and couldn't find anything over the period of 2 or 3 days, and she was better and returned.
This is all very passive voice. You didn't take her to the hospital?
I did not. Mr. McIntyre took her to the hospital. This was a concern of ours throughout, that when she was seeking medical treatment, because of our insurance, because of our last names, that this was going to pop up somewhere that could potentially be used to identify us.
You say because of your insurance. What insurance did you have in 2020?
At this point, I believe we had Medicaid or Medicare. I had not procured it, so I'm not 100% sure. Mr. McIntyre had signed us up, and
do you recall what state that?
It was in Virginia. We still had Virginia driver's license. We were still registered to vote in Virginia. He told us that we would maintain that until we settled somewhere where we knew we were going to settle. This was kind of a moving target to find out where we were going to end up.
So who decided to leave Charleston?
We told Mr. McIntyre that was not a place we wanted to stay long term, and therefore, if we could, a city, especially if you're very concerned about your safety, there's a lot more people moving around, there's a lot more traffic, it did not do anything to calm us.
So where'd you go next?
We went to Beaufort, South Carolina. It's a little town, I guess probably 45 minutes to an hour northeast of Savannah.
And how long were you at Beaufort?
We were in Beaufort for 8 months until mid to late February of 2021.
Where did you stay in Beaufort?
Again, we moved regularly, probably another 15 to 20 places there.
And how did you procure those places to reside?
Mr. McIntyre procured those places.
Okay.
Now at this time we had learned that Miss Nelson was paying for those places.
How did you learn that?
In April, so 2020 was the COVID year. In April, she had sent.
She is who?
She Cameron Nelson had sent Mindi and I a message saying that because her husband runs restaurants, and at the time it looked like all restaurants might be shutting down for the foreseeable future, that she would not be able to keep paying for our rentals if things did not change quickly.
Did you learn at that time exactly how much money she had lent you up to this point?
I had not, no. I was livid. It was at this time that we learned that Mr. McIntyre was not a federal agent.
How did you learn that?
I had a conversation with him as to why this was, why he was charging a friend of mine's card. Why wasn't there, either coming from our own money or some sort of official fund. Why this was happening. And I made some reference to wanting to speak to his superior, and he said, Nick, I'm not an FBI agent. Why would you think that?
Did you continue to maintain your relationship with him after you found out about this?
We did, after following, probably the worst argument that Mindi and I ever had.
What was that argument about?
He moved us in the days after that to a rental that we were not happy with. At this point, we were living with Mindi's father and mother, Betsy and Frank III, as well as Matthew, the youngest brother. He had moved us to a rental that we were not happy with, but for the first time, we actually had a rental agreement that showed how long the rental had been paid for. It was a different company than I think that they were normally procured through. So for the first time, we knew that we had, I forget if it was a week or a week and a half, and I said this is we shouldn't be dealing with this anymore. Like we have a week or a week and a half. We've got to figure out a plan. We've got to, cut ties with Jim. Like I feel like I've been lied to for years.
But you didn't cut ties with Jim, correct?
We did not. No, Mindy felt that Jim was our, our angel. She said, he had made mistakes, but we would be in the position to fix all those mistakes. And if we stopped working together, then who knows, if his resolve to see this end in our favor was going to go away. What would we be doing in the meantime? When I said, I think we can figure this out, but she got out of our truck and walked all the way to her brother's house. It was like 5 or 6 miles.
Did you inquire of Jim McIntyre why he was doing all of this work for you if he was not with the FBI?
Absolutely.
What did you learn?
I learned that he was the majority investor in this company that I was working for. He also said that he had worked extensively with the FBI, and I had many phone calls with people I believed to be, even following that FBI agents.
You mentioned living with Betsy and Frank III, correct?
Yes.
When did you first live with them?
This would have been April, right around the time of the COVID shutdowns, the first COVID shutdown. So late March, early April of 2020, Frank III had a knee surgery, and he was living with Frank IV at the time, but given that entire house is on 3 levels and the living levels are all a full level up in the air from the garage area, then he was not going to be able to get up those stairs following his surgery and was not going to be able to maneuver around the house following the surgery. So we asked Mr. McIntyre to ensure that we had a 1-level rental that had enough bedrooms, and Frank and Betsy came, and Matthew came as well. I think he was a high school kid. I think he kind of enjoyed sleeping somewhere away from home.
So what was the point where you were living with Frank IV, in Frank IV's home?
That was not until the following February.
Okay. So you leave Beaufort, South Carolina, February of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And then where do you go?
We go to Frank IV's house in Hilton Head, South Carolina.
How long are you at Frank IV's house?
16 months. We leave in June of 2022.
How much were you paying him to stay there?
We were not paying him to stay there.
Did you feel like a freeloader?
I absolutely did.
Why didn't you pay him any money to stay in his home?
We had no money to pay him.
I thought you have a job with Apis Limited.
Yes, that job, I was told was generating money, but we did not have a bank account at this point. We did not have access to any of these funds. We asked multiple times for Jim to send money to Frank to offset the cost. We understood that there was food, there was dog food, involved in this, but he said he always said he would look into it, and then he would always say, if I do this, it's potential that somebody's going to learn where you are.
Why did you leave Frank IV's home?
He filed to evict us from the home.
Why did he have to take that step?
I didn't think he had to take the step, but there had been a lot of discussions about when we were leaving. We would be given a date, then the date would pass, and I think he got tired. He got tired of waiting.
When did you eventually leave Frank IV's home?
I believe it was June of 2022.
And where did you go after you left Frank IV? Oh, let me go back to Frank IV's home. Who all was living in Frank IV's home at the time you were living there?
Yeah, it was myself and Mindy. Betsy, Mindy's mom, was living there the entire time we were there, as well as Frank IV and his wife Megan and their daughter Harper, who had been born in late 2020. I think September 2020, if memory serves. At some point, Frank the third also moved into the house after we had been there maybe 6 to 9 months. I don't remember the exact date. Matthew never lived there. Matthew had finished high school in Dublin, Georgia, And while he visited, multiple times, he then was going to a junior college somewhere.
This is a very
When
emotional
you left in June of
case.
2022, where did you? Oh,
And
let me
I'm gonna
ask.
ask
Let me go back.
everyone in this courtroom to be very
At
respectful
this time, when you were
as the verdict
living
is
with
read.
Frank IV,
We don't
again,
want any
was there any of this weirdness, strangeness that you described going on then?
No. Actually, this was the safest place we had felt in some time, both because of Frank IV's background, the security at the house, and the setup of where the house was.
All right, just bear with me, you guys. I'm trying to get this sorted out. Hold on. Okay, just hold on.
Restrain yourself. The deputies will more than likely remove you from the courtroom. So please be, we don't want very emotional. This is a very emotional case, and I'm going to ask everyone in this courtroom to be very respectful as the verdict is read. We don't want any emotional outbursts, and if you're unable to restrain yourself, the deputies will more than likely remove you from the courtroom. So please be respectful. Let's maintain the dignity of this courtroom. And at this time, I'm going to ask the bailiff to have the jury come in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, sir, are you the foreman of the jury?
Yes, sir.
It's my understanding that the jury has reached a verdict.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Is it a unanimous verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has it been reduced to writing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you signed and dated it as the foreman of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, if you would please hand the verdict form to the bailiff. I'm going to ask that the deputy clerk publish the verdict.
In the Superior Court of Liberty County, State of Georgia, Case number 2024R-67, State of Georgia versus Nicholas James Kassotis. Count 1, malice murder, guilty. Count 2, felony murder, guilty. Count 3, aggravated assault, guilty. Count 4, concealing death of another, guilty. Count 5, possession of a knife during the commission of a felony, guilty. Count 6, possession of a tool for the commission of a crime, guilty. Count 7, possession of a tool for the commission of a crime, guilty. Count 8, possession of a tool for the commission of a crime, guilty. Count 9, possession of a tool for the commission of a crime, guilty. Count 10, possession of tools for the commission of a crime, guilty. Count 11, removal of the body parts from the scene of the death, guilty. Count 12, tampering with evidence, guilty. On this 14th day of August 2025.
Do the attorneys wish to see the verdict to make sure that it's in proper form?
No, Your Honor.
Are there any objections to the form of the verdict?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Are there any other requests before we go into another hearing?
No request from the defense, Your Honor.
If I can just have one moment, Your Honor. Nothing concerning the jury, Your Honor.
All right. And does either side wish to place anything on the record before I excuse the jury?
No, Your Honor, and I also don't seek to poll, just for the record.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we've been here almost 2 weeks, and I wish to thank each and every one of you for your service. It is one of the highest forms of civic duty that any citizen can render to this state and this country, and we cannot resolve important cases like this without your willingness to serve. You've been diligent. You've been here every morning on time. You've been taking notes. You have done excellent work as a juror in this case, and it is sincerely appreciated, not only by me, but everybody involved in the criminal justice system. Your duty ends at this point, and I'm going to have to go into a sentencing hearing. There is one other thing that I do want to mention to you. I think you knew at the outset that this case was going to be televised, live streamed through various media outlets, and I want you to know that you have a right as a juror and as a private citizen. People may want to talk to you about this. Well, at this point, you can talk about it if you want to. That's totally within your discretion. It's my understanding that some of the media outlets may be outside. They may want to speak to you. That's solely up to you. I have no control over that. That's up to you. So when you see individuals who might be with the press or other outlets, that if you want to speak to them, that's fine. And if you don't want to speak to them, that's also fine. So there's nothing else I can tell you other than I sincerely appreciate your hard work in this case. I wish you well, and you are excused at this time. Thank you very much.
for just a minute?
Yes, ma'am. Everyone, please be seated. And I want to tell four of you, thank you very much for your service. The reason we select alternates is someone were to get sick or not able to perform their duties as a juror, you would have filled in. But your work was also very helpful to the court. Thank you very much. And you're free to go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess for about 10 minutes, and then we will begin the sentencing hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, 10-minute recess and then sentencing. So, yep, DP is not available because he didn't meet the aggravating factors. There were aggravating factors that he did not meet. So, for those that missed it, came back in an hour and 17 minutes, and the foreman was a male, so truly a foreman. Count 1, malice murder, guilty. Count 2, felony, guilty. Count 3, aggravating assault, guilty. Count 4, concealing a body, guilty. Count 4, possession of a knife, guilty. Count 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, use of a tool in the commission of a crime, all guilty. Count 11, removing of a body, guilty. Count 12, tampering with evidence, guilty. So guilty on all accounts. Let me move the logo here. Let's see here. So he can still get life without parole. I don't think so. Let's see. He faces life in prison. I'm not sure if it's with parole or not. We'll have to wait and see. I'm not quite sure. Not 100% sure if it's with parole or without parole. Not quite sure. And again, Yarnworks, thank you so much for being in the courtroom. All right. Yeah, Dad at the end there. At the end, Dad did show some emotion there. Sadly. I felt sorry for his parents, you know. Open that up a little bit more. I guess in the end, I felt sorry for his parents, you know. They certainly didn't, you know, they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything wrong. He was throwing his parents under the bus, well, his dad and his uncle, right? So, oh, you guys got to see the little beans over here. Look at the little beans. So yeah, he definitely said his dad attacked him. His uncle Chester attacked him. Yeah, Phyllis, that's a good point. Oop, hold on. Grieving the loss of a son they once knew. Melissa just can't figure out when or why he snapped. Was there any previous signs? Not that we know of. How do you wake up one day and become a murderer when people say, excuse me, he was a great guy? I just don't know. Yes, Joe, Yarnwork crafts somebody with boots on the ground. I love it. You did an amazing job. 100%. 100%. Echo that sentiment. 100%. Jennifer King, parents are distraught. He looked like no big deal. He was twitching. You saw his left eye. He was like seriously doing some Dreyfus from the Pink Panther. He was seriously twitching there. 3, 2, 1, relax. Feel terrible for his parents too. Of course. Yeah, they're like just caught in the crosshairs. Sitting on a river, heartbreaking for Mindy's parents. They can't hug her. Her parents loved her. Candy cookies for everyone. Thank you for that. Michelle, prison will evaluate him when he gets there. Judy, oh my gosh, I missed the verdict. I'm watching now, but guessing guilty. Such a bizarre and sad story. We won't spoil it for you. Go ahead and watch it. Psychosaurus Rex. Yeah, most parents aren't like the Adelsons who condone and plot and collude in the bad behavior. Most parents didn't ask for this, you know? 13th juror, I'd love to know if his dad really did come there. I'd love to know if his dad really did come there. His dad was there. Wait, which dad? I'm confused. Pink Panther is one of your faves, yeah. You know Dreyfus. You know what I'm talking about, Susan. Right? He had a serious. I did not have Pink Panther on your bingo card today. Psychosaurus Rex. Whenever I see somebody eye twitching, I always think of Dreyfus. So what's the maximum then? We researched it was life in prison. I didn't see anything with possibility of parole. So I don't know, to be quite honest, Melissa. We're going to have to wait and see what the judge says. Let's see what the judge says. Iowa stepped away too long with the pups is their verdict. Yes. Go rewind. Yep, rewind. Kelsey, yes, they're sentencing in about 5 minutes. Judge is taking about a 10-minute break, and they're going to come back for sentencing. So, sentencing today, too. Sentencing today as well. Widespread. It's really hard to not allow my disdain for Nick to carry over to his parents. I have to keep reminding myself that they are his victims, too. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. They weren't a part of this. They were not a part of this, you know. They were just caught in the crosshairs, you know. Totally innocent victims, as people say. Sinbad says Nick didn't snap. He had been scamming folks for a while, and accountability isn't his forte. He wanted what he wanted and wasn't letting anyone get in his way. Gretchen, I was a little worried about a mostly male jury, but also know that small town folks don't take kindly to big city talkers they feel are talking down to them or putting one over. As far as we know, it was 8 and 8. I'm not sure who the alternates were though. I missed that. Did you guys catch who it was 8 males, 8 females, so that's 16. So they had 4. Yeah, they have 4 alternates. I'm not sure who. Yeah, I don't know what the final makeup was. Will there be victim impact statements? I'm guessing. I'm guessing there will be. No pre-sentencing. Nope. No MLC. Nope. They're just going straight. To sentencing. There may be some kind of motions. Maybe something. We'll see. We'll see. Mike, glad it's over. I can get back to work. Yeah. Ladybug salute. That's y'all is South Georgia Justice. That y'all is South Georgia Justice. That is some. Yes, Katrina, they did reach a verdict. Rewind if you don't want to hear us talking about it. They did reach a verdict about 10 minutes ago or so. Let me see how long ago. The verdict came in. About 10 minutes. If you rewind 15 minutes. 12 minutes, 15 minutes. Yeah, rewind, you'll see it. The sound was cut out when the judge talked about the alternates. The makeup of it was 8 and 8. The makeup was 8 and 8. So that made 16. So I'm not quite sure what the end result was. Yeah, Gretchen, phenomenal ego on the stand in real time. 100%. This will definitely make it into the ego takes the stand for sure. Yeah, next year though, we'll let this percolate and marinate a little bit. We will definitely pull this. And if Donna takes the stand, woo, mama, that will be something. So we will definitely put him on. Richard in the kitchen. Now let's move on to Donna Adelson next week. Absolutely. Yeah, we have 5 episodes so far for you guys that we're going to do. We're putting together a deep dive. Like, how did we get there? What happened? Who is Dan Markel? So we've got some good things in the works. We've been working on it all week. I figured we would start tomorrow. Regardless of whatever happened today, we would do it. So we may, let me think about that. Depending on how long sentencing goes, we may do that later today, or I may just take the break. I may take the day off, meaning the break. We'll see. We'll see when they end here. We thought if they end by noon, we could come back in about an hour and pick up on episode 1. So let me see how long sentencing goes before. GM Stewie, excited for Donna? Yeah, so are we. Judy, maybe he will get his sentence doubled for him and Jim. Okay, so Mike says, think I'll watch it 10 more times to get your fill. All right, hold on, I gotta stop this. All right, so let's see, Yarnwork, they're just waiting on Mom to come before statements. Most of the jury stayed. They're in the back 2 rows. Joy says the jury didn't believe Nick's lies. They definitely got it right. Justice for Mindi and her family. Strange Joel would talk about a motion that isn't filed yet. Hope he wasn't scammed with that. We're still trying to find it. We're still trying to find that. Hey, Shadow, hello to you. That was quick. Wow, yeah, hour and 17 minutes. Oh, so hold on. So those that voted, how long will it take for the jury to return a verdict? 2 to 4 hours. 46% of you said 2 to 4 hours. 29% said 1 to 2, so 29%, if you voted 1 to 2 hours, ding, 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 you win. 16% said over 4 hours, 7% said 0 to 1 hours. So Yarnwork says, they seem satisfied with their decision. Mom hugged someone. Aw. All right, so they're getting back in. All right, so they're coming back in. I think Yarnwork's about 30 seconds ahead of us.
Council ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Everyone please be seated. All right, in case number 2024 R67, the jury having reached a verdict of guilty as to all 12 counts in the indictment, is the state ready to proceed with sentencing?
The state is ready to proceed with sentencing, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
The defense is ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Does the state have evidence in aggravation?
Yes, Your Honor. The state intends to call 2 witnesses and 1 statement that I will ask Ms. Ashdown, our victim witness advocate, to read. So the state would call, would the court like me to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state would call Mindi Mebane to the stand. Ms. Mebane will be speaking on behalf of the family of Mindi Mebane, Your Honor. Do you wish her to be there?
I'll let her, she might be more comfortable just sitting up there. Please raise your right hand before you're seated.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. I just ran up the stairs, so sorry if I'm...
Just hold on. Just catch your breath.
Okay, let's see. All right. I've kept up with the entire trial and decided to drive 3 hours this morning to be here because I couldn't let this chapter of my life end without at least saying something. Unlike you, I have cried a lot over the last few weeks. My thoughts, anxiety, and emotions have been a roller coaster. They have been all over the place while having to deal with this trial. I go through anger, sadness, frustration, grief, stress, and every feeling that you can think of. You lived with us for 15 months with providing no financial contributions. 15 months that I will never be able to get back. At times when you lived with us, I told you how your actions had affected me, and this impact statement isn't much different. Whether you take away anything from this, that is not my intention at this point. You've shown no guilt and absolutely no remorse. You haven't even shed a tear. You thrive on the illusion of power and attention. You're a pathological liar, sociopath, psychopath, murderer. You thought you were so much smarter than everyone else, but you aren't. You wanted people to believe you were a victim of abuse, while you were the one being abusive, at least mentally. You have forever changed the meaning of trust for me and our family. I can no longer trust people in the same way as I did before you continuously lied and ultimately took Mindy's life. There will always be some questions that will go unanswered, but to answer them would mean to try to understand a murderer's mindset, and that is one I will never understand. Mindy was bright, beautiful, empathetic, confident, independent. She loved music and making others feel special. She always put her family and friends first. Once my husband Frank and I had our daughter, Mindy wanted to choose a name that was different than the traditional aunt name. She decided on Lulu. She was never able to hear her sweet niece call her that. My daughter was 5 months old when y'all moved in. She will never know the fun times they experienced together. I'm thankful my daughter does not remember the 15 months you lived with us and sat right next to her at the dinner table. My daughter will never be able to experience the love her Aunt Mindy would have continued to give her. Mindy was taken too soon. No one should have to live through the violent and gruesome murder of a family member. You're a very evil man. When I learned the news of what really happened to Minnie, some of my first thoughts were that I couldn't believe that evil man lived in my house in a bedroom next to my 5-month-old daughter. You have no remorse for what you did. This loss has impacted so many beyond our family. The emotional wound you have caused will never heal. We have comfort knowing she is in heaven now, free from the trials and scars of this earth. We have overcome hatred, darkness, and evil. She is looking down on us now being proud of how we have overcome. We are done being victims. We are taking back our lives. Since I'm a science person, I'm going to quote Isaac Newton. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Our family believes you deserve the maximum sentence, life without the possibility of parole, because Mindi doesn't have a parole. You deserve to sit in prison for the rest of your life and think about Mindi every single day. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Morgan Paddock.
You can raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
There are people literally all over this world that have been impacted by Mindi's life, and I'm here to speak on behalf of them. I always say my worlds collided with Mindi. Not only was she my high school friend, but after moving to Savannah, all of my college friends became her friends too. My roommates became her roommates. My church group became her church group. This entire trial has rightly been focused on what happened to Mindi, but Mindi was so much more than what happened to her. She was a bright light, vibrant, generous, funny, caring, a defender of others, passionate, trustworthy, and so much more. If anyone in her life would have been in her position, she would be standing right here today speaking for them. Nick, you slowly and strategically tried to dampen her light, isolating her from the people she deeply loved, robbing her of time, laughter, creating memories and peace, always living in fear and isolation. She loved you and trusted you to tell her the truth, to protect her, to live out your marriage vows, and yet you were the one that she needed protection from. Her death has had and will have an eternal impact on those that loved her. There are dinner tables and holiday pictures and memories that will be absent of her. There are little girls growing up without their fairy godmother. There are friends who will always ache to dress up and go out for drinks again. Email inboxes void of her opinions on the latest happenings in politics. Friends who can't expect her to stand with them in their proudest and hardest moments. Friends who won't have her in the audience of their concerts or harassing them for their latest released music. My everyday life in Savannah is now filled with the awareness that my friend was living and suffering within walking distance of my house. And I never knew. I will never be able to drive down 65th Street, go to a Smoothie King, pick up meds at CVS, or buy tennis shoes at our local shoe store without being haunted by the fact that you were frequenting all of those places for 5 months while my friend of over 20 years was suffering in fear and isolation as I drove mere feet from her driveway. But it's not just me and her friends that will miss out. This entire world is impacted by the ending of her life too soon. There are compelling women whose stories she will never get to tell on her podcast. There are strangers who will never know the beauty of the sound of her laughter or the impact of her most fiercest eye roll. Your conviction can't bring her back. It just means that you can't do it to anyone else. But every person you heard from on the stand and the many who are watching right now from a distance will never stop keeping the truth of who she was and her memory alive. You may have taken her life, but you will never be able to take her legacy, and she would want you to know that today.
Your Honor, the state has one final statement that I'm going to ask to be read into the record. That statement would be read by Ms. Samantha Ashdown, our victim witness advocate, on behalf of Samantha Colsmith.
All right.
And the defense will object to the reading of that statement, as Ms. Kolesnik, while obviously a victim of the circumstances here, is not a victim under the law that would be entitled to read a statement to the court.
Well, Judge, my position on that, as the court is aware, is that this is evidence in aggravation, not a victim impact statement.
It is. I'll overrule the objection. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. There's no need to swear.
To the court and to the Honorable Judge Rose, my name is Samantha Colsmith, and I am a victim of the defendant, Nicholas Kassotis, a.k.a. Nicholas Stark, the latter of which is the name he used while victimizing me in Pennsylvania. You were able to hear my testimony against Nicholas during this trial, and you were able to hear and see my pain and my tears firsthand. I recounted his horrible acts of deception against me. I trembled taking the stand to testify. It was the hardest thing I've ever had to do, but I did it because I feel Nicholas is a true and constant danger to everyone he meets. I feel that if given the chance, Nicholas will continue to exploit, abuse, deceive, and harm others. I testified knowing I would be filmed against my consent and that I would be humiliated in admitting I was defrauded by a man I met online, and that my privacy would be forever gone. I testified anyway because I strongly feel and believe that Nicholas is a danger to society and that he must be held accountable. Ms. Bayo, ADA for the prosecution, mentioned ripples from Nicholas's dropping stone as an analogy for an impact of his choices. I am one ripple. I have not been the same since I found out about his deception from Agent Sands, and I will never be the same again. On the date of his arrest, when Agent Sands of the GBI told me Nicholas Stark was not his real name and that Nicholas had been lying to me, my entire world turned upside down. My sense of trust shattered. I felt humiliated, deceived, traumatized, and unsure if I would ever be able to feel joy or hope or trust again. I also felt stupid and will continuously be called stupid and gullible by some in the public eye, as a result of trusting a man who was once a naval officer, a JAG, an employee of the Pentagon, a man who had every opportunity and privilege in life. Everyone trusted Nicholas, and he knew it, and he privately relished and delighted in lying to them and in abusing that trust. He is a man who delights in deception, a man who thinks he's smarter than everyone in the room he walks in. I also felt terrified beginning on the date of his arrest and thereafter, and will forever be haunted by what he would have potentially happened to me if the GBI and Detective Jack Frost's team had not tracked, found, and arrested Nicholas Stark, a.k.a. Kassotis, when they did. I fully believe that the wonderful law enforcement agencies of Georgia saved my life that day, and I will be forever grateful to them for saving me from the evil man who goes by many names, one of them being Nicholas Stark. I was diagnosed with PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, as a result of Nicholas Stark's cruel actions towards me. I have nightmares, flashbacks, and panic attacks. I lock my bedroom door every night. I do not feel deceived by Nicholas Stark, a.k.a. Kassotis. I feel raped by him. I was not allowed to consent to a romantic and intimate relationship with Nicholas because he lied about his entire identity to me. There was no opportunity for true consent, and he ensured that with his vast network of lies. This is called rape by fraud, but unfortunately is not recognized in Pennsylvania, so all I could do was pursue an annulment on the basis of his fraud. I am sure Nicholas Stark, since he is a lawyer after all, knew those statutory limitations when he deceived me. I do not feel Nicholas feels 1 ounce of shame or remorse for his deceptions against many people, including those he perpetrated against me. He has sat in this courtroom and has attempted to make every mockery of it with his smug expressions, his arrogant demeanor, and his lack of tears as his victims, one after the other, have talked about how he deceived them. I beg and implore and plead to the court, please give this man the maximum sentencing. And please, if at all possible, by sentencing protocol and legislation, please do not allow this man to do paid interviews or in any way profit from his crimes. Nicholas, due to his sick need for control and his sadistic desire to humiliate and defraud others, will absolutely try to profit off his crimes in prison. Please do not allow Nicholas to write books or to sign movie deals or even take paid interviews. He must not be allowed to extract any more from the victims than he already has taken so much. I also ask that he not be granted any chance for parole. A man who lies as much as Nicholas has and will always be a danger to society, especially the most trusting and vulnerable among us. Sincerely, Samantha Colsmith.
Thank you.
Those are the only evidence of aggravation that the state intends to present. Do you wish the state's argument, or do you wish to have mitigation
Wait till I hear
first?
from the defense.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Does the defense have any evidence in mitigation?
I'd just like to present the defendant's mother to testify in mitigation.
You may.
Father. One at a time. So, two witnesses, Your Honor. Defense calls Wayne Kassotis.
You can come up here, sir.
I'd prefer to be here, Your Honor.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Can we swear you in, sir?
Oh, absolutely.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Absolutely. Good morning, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Heard a lot of things in this courtroom this morning. Last over 2 years have been hell for all of us, including Nicholas. Although I don't agree with the verdict that was reached in this court, that the jury reached, I do respect the process. They have no idea who Nicholas was. Nicholas is a kind, gentle man that has touched thousands of lives, both as a civilian and as a military person. Nobody saw pictures of him helping underprivileged children in South America as a naval officer. Nobody saw him helping friends as he was growing up. He is truly a wonderful, kind person. And from the beginning, when this all broke, from the lies that Agent Sand told to family members, we never believed that this was possible, and we still do not believe that this is possible. We know the person sitting there, our son, as a kind and gentle person that would not do this. And there's really no evidence that showed that he did. I just want you to be considerate and look at the man who he is and who always will be. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Kassotis. Thank you very much.
The defense calls the defendant's mother, Linda Kassotis.
Ma'am, you're welcome to stand here, or you can go up there.
Stand here.
If you
Thank you.
please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Thank you. Your Honor, I would like to say first how incredibly sorry we are for Mindy's family that they had to go through this. We have never spoken since we heard the news of Mindy's death, but we feel incredible sympathy for them that they lost their daughter. But Nicholas was not responsible for this. We know him to be a kind and gentle person. As you know from the testimony, we had not been in touch with him for years through circumstances beyond our control, and every member of our family suffered as a result of that. People missed him so desperately. My mother said she had never gone a Christmas without seeing or hearing from him, and suddenly he was gone from our lives, and we had no idea why. He is a good and kind and gentle person. The thought that he could take someone else's life is just unbelievable, honestly. I respect the jury's work that they did, but they got this one wrong. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Johnson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, this time I'll hear argument from counsel.
Your Honor, may I?
You may.
Your Honor, this case is a case that the court has obviously spent the last 2 weeks present for and listening to all of the testimony. As a result, I don't plan to go over any of that. I think Morgan may have said it best when she described how Mindi and her life impacts the world. When a sentence is rendered, I think the court has always, and I think I've even heard you say, has to evaluate not just how it impacts the defendant, but the message of rehabilitation, if possible, versus punishment, if necessary. The law in the state of Georgia entitles on a murder conviction only 3 options, essentially: the death penalty, life without parole, or life with the possibility of parole. In this case, Your Honor, the defendant is additionally facing all of the additional crimes that can run consecutively. That would be the concealing death of another, which he faces up to 10 years, possession of a knife during commission of a felony, which is mandatory 5 years consecutive, although it could be, of course, probated. And then all of the counts of possession of tools for the commission of the crime that he's facing up to 5 years for each of those. And then the 2 misdemeanors are, of course, up to 12 months. That is more than what I would refer to as natural life. The state's position, Your Honor, is that the defendant should never be released from prison, that he is a danger to society, that his testimony before this court under oath was fraud, that he was dishonest, that he perjured himself, and that, of course, is the state's position. I'm sure counsel for the defense would disagree. And I think that goes to the question, however, of whether or not there is remorse or whether there is some validation to something less than life without parole. The jury has now determined that he not only killed his wife, but that he threw her out like garbage across 3 miles with the hope that no one would ever catch him. If that depravity could not be any worse conduct to deserve life without the possibility of parole, I don't know what could. But for the good work of members of law enforcement, all of the teams that worked so hard to run every detail down, we would not be here today. And so, Your Honor, it is the state's position that the defendant in this case should get the maximum sentence of life without the possibility of parole. The state will defer to the court with respect to all of the other counts, as I essentially believe that they are, you can't get more than forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tatum.
Your Honor, the jury has rendered its verdict. While obviously we don't agree with that, we understand that it is your obligation to sentence him under that verdict. Mr. Kassotis is a highly educated man. He's a man that served his country honorably. You've heard a lot of testimony, not just from his parents, but from witnesses on the stand of his kindness. I think there is an opportunity for rehabilitation in this case, especially given his past. So I would ask the court to sentence him to life with the possibility of parole. Those other counts that can be served concurrently, that the sentence have them served concurrently. I understand there's one count that must be consecutive. So that's the position of the defense, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Weinstein, your client has the right to address the court if he so chooses.
Let me verify. He will not be addressing the court, Your Honor.
And then have him stand for sentencing. Mr. Kassotis, a jury of 12 citizens in Liberty County, Georgia, has now determined beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of the offense of murder, along with 11 other counts. This jury has spoken very clearly. It is now my duty under the law to impose a sentence that is consistent with that verdict. It is also my duty to look at the evidence and weigh the sufficiency of that evidence. And sir, the evidence in this case is supported by a mountain of compelling evidence. This case has revealed a level of depravity that truly shocks the conscience. To put together this elaborate scheme, this web of lies, creating this fictional character, Jim McIntyre, who does not exist. You wrote fiction, and your life was a fiction, at least the last 6 or 7 years. And then you carried out, or the evidence shows that you carried out a brutal, horrific, gruesome murder of Mindi, someone who's been described by various witnesses as beautiful, kind, loving, vibrant, smart. And all of her hopes and dreams vanished in an instant. Her life tragically cut short by you. Someone who professed to love her, to care for her. Just the ultimate betrayal. And then you desecrated her body in such a vile way, discarding her remains out in a rural area of Liberty County, hoping that they would never be discovered. This shows beyond all doubt that you have no conscience. When I described to this jury this morning the elements of the crime of malice murder, the language used in the Georgia statute is that the circumstances show an abandoned and malignant heart. That describes you. You have caused so much harm to your own family, to all of those who have been impacted by your deeds. This is truly a heinous crime. So the court has considered all the facts and circumstances of the case. And the court will now impose sentence that reflects the gruesome nature of your criminal conduct. As to count 1, malice murder, the court hereby imposes a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. Although you've been convicted in count 2 of felony murder, that count would merge into count 1. As to count 3, the sentence of the court for aggravated assault is 20 years to serve in the state penitentiary, and it runs consecutive to count 1. Count 4, concealing the death of another, the sentence of the court is 10 years to run concurrently to count 1. Count 5, possession of a knife during the commission of a felony, it's required to be consecutive, so the court imposes a sentence of 5 years consecutive to count 1. As to count 6, possession of tools for the commission of a crime, the court imposes a sentence of 5 years to serve, and that shall run concurrently to the other counts. Court will impose the same sentence on count 7, 5 years to serve, running concurrently. As to count 8, possession of tools for the commission of a crime, again, the court will impose a sentence of 5 years to run concurrently. As to count 9, possession of tools for the commission of a crime, the court imposes a sentence of 5 years, again to serve concurrently. As to count 10, possession of tools for the commission of a crime, the court imposes a sentence of 5 years to be served concurrently. Counts 11 and 12 are both misdemeanors. They carry a maximum sentence of 12 months. The court will impose a sentence of 12 months as to each count, counts 11 and 12, and they shall run concurrently. The totality of the sentence being a sentence of life without parole plus 20 years to serve. Sir, you have a right to seek post-judgment relief from your convictions of these crimes, and you can do that by filing a motion for new trial or filing a direct appeal to the appellate court. That will have to be filed within 30 days of today's date with the clerk of Superior Court in Liberty County, Georgia. If a motion for new trial is made and the court denies it, you will then have 30 days from the filing of that order to file with the clerk a notice of appeal to the appellate level. You also have a right to file a petition for habeas corpus, and that would have to be filed within 4 years of the date that the sentence and judgment in this case is deemed to be final. If you cannot afford an attorney to pursue your appellate relief, a lawyer will be appointed for you, and I'm sure that Mr. Weinstein will discuss with you all of your appellate rights. Is there anything else that needs to be placed on the record before the defendant is remanded to custody?
Your Honor, I just want to clarify. The court indicated life without parole for count 1, 20 years to serve consecutive on count 3, and 5 years to serve consecutive on count 5. Is that correct?
Correct.
Then that would be life without parole plus 20.
That is correct.
I just want to make sure the record was
I misspoke.
Thank you, sir.
It's mandatory by law.
Correct. I just wanted to clarify.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the only position of the state.
He is remanded to custody. Court stands adjourned.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so that's that. Wonder who that blonde is. She's very, very emotional. Cousin, seems like. All right, we'll stick around for a press conference. As you guys know, those that watch us often, we stick around for press conferences if they are existent. And And then also, hopefully we can get Yarnwork to call in again. That would be awesome. So we'll just stay here for a few. I mean, I do feel sorry for I feel sorry for the parents, as always. All right, we can change that. Verdict is in. Let's change that to verdict. We can change that to the verdict and... So there's Mindi. She's beautiful, right? I mean, she's beautiful. Thank you, Gretchen. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for your 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Lucy, nice. Her parents, oh, I thought you got gifted. Sorry. Her parents were suckered in too. Absolutely. Agreed. All right, let me see if I can get Yarnworks to call in. Thank you, David. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. This was, oh, wait, hold on. There's more action going on. Dang it. There was some action there. Let me rewind that. So that's her best friend from high school. The other person who spoke first was the sister-in-law. She looks relieved. I mean, it's got to be so weird. I mean, I guess you're relieved, but you're also like, I don't know. It's weird, right? Thank you, Hell Ryder. Appreciate that. Will the prosecutor make a statement for the press? We're hoping, Gina. We're hoping. We're hoping. We always hope for press conferences. Sometimes they have them straight away. Sometimes they don't. So we'll stay here. We'll stick around. We'll stick around for a press conference. All right. This is when we go and we bounce around and we try and find pressers. Let's see if we can find one. Let's see. All right. All right. Seems like the 2 large channels are gone. So we got to find a local channel. So the two large streaming channels are no longer streaming. So let's see if we can find it on a local channel. Sometimes they'll have a press conference, but the local channels won't show them until afterwards. You know, like the 6 o'clock news, that kind of thing. So we may not be able to bring you one, but I'm hoping Yarnwork, if she, hopefully she can call in. Maybe it's coming out of Savannah. Yeah, there's really not a lot of local news, which is really weird. It's just all court TV and law and crime. Not much local news, which surprises me. I thought for sure the local news would be more on top of this, but let me try. Let's see. Who are some local channels? TOC. about the TOC? Tropical Storm Aaron. Okay, here. All right, news. Nicholas Kassotis found guilty. All right, so WTOC's got something going on here. So count one, just to recap while we're waiting. Count one, malice murder, guilty. Count two, felony murder, guilty. Count three, aggravated assault, guilty. Count four, concealing a death, guilty. Count five, possession of a knife during a felony, guilty. Count 6 through 8, possession of a tool during a crime, guilty on all. Count 11, removal of body parts from the scene of a crime, guilty. Count 12, tampering with evidence. So the judge gave him, oh, here we go. Hey there.
Hey.
How are you doing?
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Yeah, take your time. Get settled in.
Trying to get to the car.
Yeah, no. Take your time. Get settled in. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
Yeah, it's emotional, right?
Yeah, that was.
Is that
It
your?
was a little rough.
Yeah. Is that your first time witnessing all of that, like in the court?
Yeah. With the victim impact statements, I normally cry anyway at home, but
yeah,
it's a little rough when it's in person.
I imagine, because you're just surrounded by that emotion and grief and sadness, and it's tough. It's a lot. It's definitely a lot. So.
When Megan was talking about, being the aunt,
Mm-hmm.
my sister's name is Megan, and I have a niece, so I can only imagine.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when like birthdays, like some people are saying, "Oh my gosh, I have the same birthday as him," or "Oh my gosh, my sister-in-law's name is Linda," or like you're saying with Megan. Yeah, it definitely hits home when you're when something like that is close. I mean, when they showed pictures of Mom, Betsy crying there, I was like, it's hard not to get emotional, So I'll let you start. Where do you want to start? You want to start from before, or where do you want to start?
I think I gotcha.
Okay. Yeah, we still hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, good.
Yeah, get yourself settled in. Take a moment.
Is that better?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay.
All right.
I like all of trying to make sure everything was volume down and all of that stuff.
I know. No, we really appreciate everything that you're doing for us and for this trial, and it's really, really, really cool. So thank you so much.
Oh no, not a problem.
So all right, where do you want to start with? You want to just go with like your initial impressions, and we can take it from there?
Sure. I want to vote for Judge Rose to do all of the jury instructions from now on.
He flew through them, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. 30 minutes on the dot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Let's do that for all of them.
Yeah. Yeah, we look at the Ali trial out in Washington, and they took an entire day just to go through the jury instructions and hammer them out. And then I forget how long it took her to read them, but it was not 30 minutes. It was probably like an hour and a half.
No.
Yeah.
It was like 30 minutes. It was. And I mean, when he said 8:45, he was out there at 8:45.
Yeah.
9 o'clock. Yep. He was out there at 9 o'clock.
Yep.
They're coming in.
Judge Rose does not mess around. He runs a tight courtroom schedule wise, and he seems pretty fair. And I had no problems with him. I thought he was good.
I was very impressed with how he ran the courtroom.
So our first question coming in from NAS 716, were you surprised at how fast the verdict came in?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Because I actually think that, like I said, when the clerks started to come in and the DA came in, I think that's when it was actually in.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that it was in a whole lot sooner than it was, but they were just waiting on family members to arrive.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, because usually the judge will say, okay, be within 15 minutes, 20 minutes, half hour, or whatever it is. I didn't hear that. Did Judge Rose say that at all? Did he give a be within a time frame?
Yeah, no, he didn't say that. They just said
Yeah.
he did not expect that it would take long.
Yeah. Usually they give indication, be within a certain time frame after it comes in. You allow people to show up and get organized and whatnot. So by our clock, by the feed we were watching, and I noticed one feed was a little bit started the clock a little bit earlier. So by our standard, or by our clock, I should say, it was an hour and 17 minutes, and the other streaming platform had it at like a little bit like an hour and 10 minutes or something. So they were a little bit off, but it was still over an hour, which was pretty quick. So I think, to me, that jury, probably took a straw poll and everybody's like, yeah, he's guilty, and let's just move on. Like, what do you think?
Yeah, I was able to snag a juror on my way out.
Oh.
And ask him how it was in there, and he said it wasn't hard, like, when you have a family, that's what makes you think about it. So
yeah,
like, okay, well, I can appreciate that. He asked me if I was with the family, and I told him no, it's just that I live close and I just need closure for it.
Right. Now,
Technically, I did.
You texted me saying that they all stayed, the jury stayed. Did they stay in the jury box, or did they come into the gallery?
No, they sat on the family side.
Ah, okay.
The last 2 rows of the family side.
Wow.
Most of the jury stayed.
Yeah. So what was the final makeup? You said initially it was 8 and 8, right? So that's 16. So we missed the whole part with the alternates. Like what was the final makeup?
Or
let me put it this way. Who?
One woman was not. So it was 3 men and 1 woman that was off.
Okay. Were the alternates. Okay. Thank you. That makes more sense. Yeah. Alternates. So then ultimately it was 5 men and 7 women. Because if it was 8 and 8, you take 3 away from the men. That was 5 men, and 1 away from the women. So 5 and 7. And did they, when they came back in, how did they? Because usually you can tell when a jury comes back in. Did they look at Nick? Did they look at the family? Was anybody any kind of indications?
They had the same faces that they had before. They weren't smiling. They weren't, they hadn't changed.
Just
They didn't change very much.
Stone cold, yeah.
They kept it very serious.
Yeah.
Like, they weren't playing.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's good. That's what you want. You want the jury to be attentive, respectful.
And they were very attentive while they were getting their instructions.
Mm-hmm. Now, okay, let's talk about. Obviously, it's an emotional, moment and stuff. So whatever you want to share, that's fine. But Megan got up first, the sister-in-law to Mindi, married to Frank the fourth. She came up and she said she had just come running up, so she was a little out of breath. But she said she had driven 3 hours to be there.
Yeah.
What did you make of her impact statement?
I loved it.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was on point. I think he's going to carry those words, and I think that she was right. He loves the attention. He wants the attention.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's part of the reason why he was mean about his dad, is because he wasn't getting attention at home.
Right. Was he the oldest? Was Nick the oldest? Do we know?
Possibly. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, neither am I. I know he mentioned his brother Chris often, and I wasn't sure. I don't think he ever said younger or older. Yeah. Because if he was the youngest, yeah, I mean, I guess it cuts both ways. 2 boys. Yeah. So let's see. So Megan, she was pretty powerful. At one point, they showed Betsy, and she was nodding when you have forever changed the meaning of trust for me. You're a pathological liar, a sociopath, psychopath. And Mom, Betsy was just like, she was nodding.
Well, because look at how hard of a time Betsy had trusting the GBI when they did come to talk to her.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
And how they had to prove it to her that they were the GBI. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine, getting a piece of mail and, hey, this is you won, or even getting a winning lotto ticket. No, I didn't win. Yeah, right. You did. No, you did. No, I did. Yeah, you did. Or even lab results from the doctor. Mm-hmm. Are you going to believe your doctor now?
I know. Yeah, he is just completely destroyed, shattered, blown up, whatever you want to say. People's faith in others and humanity, trust, that's all just out the window. Laura is asking, do you know who the blind lady is? I don't remember. Was there a blind lady? I didn't see that.
I didn't see a blind lady.
Yeah, I'm not sure who you're.
There's a lady that was sitting on the front row in a foot boot.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
An older lady.
Sure Life is asking, were you surprised?
A blonde lady. Okay.
Go ahead.
The way that they were sitting and acting, I'm almost thinking that may be his brother's wife. So that may be Chris's wife.
Okay.
So the daughter-in-law.
Okay.
Because when he was getting the sentence and everything, they were holding hands.
Okay. So clearly very close. And the woman
mm-hmm.
That was dressed in black yesterday, I think she had a black top on again, the blonde.
Yeah, she had black on today.
Is that
long blonde hair?
Yeah. Cousin, you think, or just close friend, or?
Well, I thought at first she might be his cousin, but now when you said he had a brother, that may be his brother's wife.
Oh, okay. So we think that might be the brother's wife. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sure Life is asking, were you surprised his parents standing by him so strongly, so in denial that he didn't do it?
Very, 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 very surprised.
Yeah.
Especially with the how they got up there and he's so this and he's so this.
Mm-hmm.
The way, I don't know what they were showing. Morgan was just shaking her head. Even the ladies who were the staff in the courthouse sitting next to me were shaking their head.
Right.
Like, you believe this?
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. So just to correct myself, Laura meant to say blonde, not blind. So.
I thought she was talking about the blonde.
Yeah, sorry. I either misread that or it was a typo. Well, let's go back to Mindi, then we'll go on to Nick's side. So next up was Morgan, high school friend. She actually testified as well.
Mm-hmm.
What did you think about her impact statement?
I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
She again talked about the ripples. I thought that was a very strong argument during the process during closing.
Mm-hmm.
So when they re-brought that up, I thought that it was, when she brought that up, I thought it was powerful.
Yeah.
And I know how much it hurts for her to know that she was so close.
That's what got me. Yeah, that's what got me.
Yeah, I cried during both of theirs. So I hope they didn't show me.
No, actually, we didn't see when it came back. We didn't see you. Like you were.
Okay, good.
Yeah, you were.
A little further over.
Yeah, you were a little further over. You were supplanted by another woman, and we're like, "Is that Sure Life?" I'm like, "Nope, different top, no glasses." Yeah, so
it was one of the staff members.
Or
a lot of people came in.
Yeah. Okay, and we finally found that the victim advocate. I had no idea who that was standing the whole time.
Yeah.
So that was the victim
and
advocate.
there was a feistier one that was sitting beside her, I guess yesterday, she was very, very protective of them. So she was not letting people come talk. I finally got my laptop to work. I can see you.
Oh, yay! Hey. Yeah, so I thought with Morgan when she said you had Mindy living in fear and isolation. My friend was living and suffering within walking distance from my house. I was like, oh, God. And now she's never, ever going to be able to go. She listed like 4, 5, 6 places that she can never go to again because you frequented those places. That was definitely, that got me. That definitely got me.
Yeah, it got me too.
Yeah. I wonder if she moved. I wonder if Morgan moved or if she's still there.
No, she said she still lives there. She said she still can't. She can't drive by it down 65th. She can't go to the smoothie place, the shoe store, or CVS.
Yeah. I know. Just insane. Just insane. So next up, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, no. When Sam said she doesn't want him to have the right to be able to make money off of his story, I was like, heck yeah.
Yeah. They asked him, they asked him to not do that, but he didn't really address it. They
did it as an aggravation, like it was an aggravating circumstance.
Right. Let me just answer this question. So Samantha Ashbound, I believe was her last name. That was the woman that we saw, like I saw a lot in the standing in the back. I didn't realize. So she was the victim advocate. So she spoke on behalf of Samantha's wife number 3, and the defense objected. Like, how did the room take that?
They were a little shocked. Like, really? You're not going to let her give the I don't know, what do you call it, ex-wife? Let her speak? Like, come on.
Yeah. Well, I think he said, I didn't write it all down, but from what I recall, it was because she wasn't a party to this, so she didn't have.
Right, it was after the fact.
Yeah, she didn't have any, right, if you will, to talk as far as his sentencing is concerned. So I'm glad.
Exactly.
I'm glad the judge said, "Yep, nope, denied." So I just want to address, actually, just straight, I want to address Samantha because she was talking about this is I felt violated by him. This is violation by fraud. It's not recognized in Pennsylvania. She said she felt that she would be called stupid, or she was being called stupid in the public. And I'm like, no, Samantha, you are not. Trust me,
Exactly.
You are not. We do not view you as stupid and gullible and all that. We've all been through something.
Nobody does.
Yeah, no. So if you are watching, I may be so bold to say, if you are watching this, trust me, you are not viewed as stupid in our eyes, and we appreciate that you had the strength and courage to go and testify against him. So
Exactly.
kudos.
I don't see any of the family, any of the family or the friends, any of the victims as stupid or dumb or any of it. They are victims of his lies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I understand the feeling shame and feeling, because we've talked about that a little bit in chat of like, I think a lot of us have gone through some sort of form of manipulation on some level, some more than others. And it's embarrassing. It's really embarrassing. And then to think you have to go, then take it to the next level of Samantha saying, the person before you were involved with this person was horrifically, brutally deleted. And then, you fell for all of it, and then you have to go on the stand to testify against that person.
Right, when it becomes so public.
Man, yeah, I understand. I understand, Samantha, what you're feeling, but I'm telling you, man.
When you're betrayed by somebody in your family like that, and it breaks that level of trust. I've been robbed and caught my brother-in-law robbing my house. So like that level of trust is broken and is broken forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. I've had family members steal from me, credit cards, items. Yeah, it's like, and when you know it, and they know you know it, and then you confront them, and then they're like, oh, it's like, come on, come on.
And using that trust against you,
Mm-hmm.
like you just, that ick, it takes a long time to work through it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So Samantha and Morgan and Angela and Megan
Mm-hmm.
and Miss Mebane and Mr. Mebane, you guys aren't stupid.
No, not at all. Not at all. We are 100% behind you and happy that you were able to find that strength to go and speak on the stand and shine a light where it was dark. Nick is a very dark individual, and they had the strength and courage to shine that light and expose him. So I'm glad they did. That's part of the reason why, one of the reasons why we cover certain trials, like other channels say, no, I'm not going to deal with that, not going to deal with that. I'm like, I understand that, especially when it's like kids or something like that. But then I'm also like, but if we're not here to give them a voice, then who is, So I'm glad that everybody you just mentioned stood up for Mindi, stood up to Nick, and said, no, we're gonna shine a light on this. So.
Yeah.
All right. So then, so defense got up. So Wayne, father, and then Linda, mother. They were brief.
It hurt my heart when Wayne stood up.
Yeah. How? Like what? Were you surprised first of all that they both spoke on his behalf?
Yes. Yeah. I think it even surprised her family.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the tension in the room shifted,
Mm-hmm.
and it got heavier.
Yeah.
Because it was already heavy from like sadness, but then it was like, oh wow, okay.
Yeah.
Court TV's interviewing the juror if you want to show it off.
I'm trying to find it, but I can't right now. So it might be, it's not on their YouTube channel, so it might be on their website. So we'll find it later.
Oh, okay. Kelly is very nice.
Yeah.
I got to chit chat with her today.
Mm-hmm. Wait, which one? Kelly?
Yeah, the person that doing the interview.
Oh, yes, yeah. Kelly Craft, yeah. So that's on their TV. It's not on their YouTube channel. So
Okay.
I could probably grab it from their website, but we'll see if we can find that afterwards. You are more important right now.
Oh, you're so sweet.
So let's see. What the big shocker for me, was Wayne getting up to talk. First of all, I was like, all right, but again, I think about that often. Like if that was your son, your brother, your husband, would you get up because you have this entire life of this person acting one way, and then all of a sudden this very short period of time of like, wow, would you get up and would you stand up and testify for them?
Well, I guess it would depend on what they did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I mean, if you think about it, it's a very stark contrast to say Casey Anthony, where the dad was the one testifying against and pressing for the DP.
Mm-hmm.
And the mom was almost escorted out.
Mm-hmm.
Because they've been allowed to talk across the bar,
Mm-hmm.
but then on the in-between the sentencing, she got upset and hugged him.
Mm-hmm.
And so then the deputy stepped in, and then his attorney was like, just a second, and the deputy was like, well, they can't touch.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like, oh no, please don't take mom out.
Mm-hmm.
But when Dad stepped up there, it was heartbreaking because I think he still wants to see him as when he was in JAG. So he doesn't know him for that. Like it's paused that part of his life.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure Dad and Mom, but probably especially Dad, was incredibly proud of Nick, because he did have an illustrious career. He was in the Navy. He was a master's, got a master's in law. He was for JAG. I mean, those are pretty lofty, lofty accomplishments, So I could imagine, being a father, being proud of my son, doing that. So you're right. He's hanging on to that, whether rightfully so or not, I don't know. But he's hanging on to that, and then he looks at the reality now of what the jury just came back with, and he's like, "No, that's not my son. My son would never do that." But that's not what.
But they don't know what he did in the interim. They don't know all of that space in between. So they can hold on to the past, but they don't know what was in that blank space. Whereas the friends and the family have to fill in.
Yeah. Because so then Gailey says he was respectable in JAG, and Nicholas lost control once he got out. Something happened. Something happened.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, some people do really well under supervision, like a command.
Yep.
And then they don't do really well when they don't have a boss over them.
Yep. That structure, the structure.
That was the word.
Yeah.
They need the structure, and when they don't have that, they flounder. And that may have been what happened.
Yeah. Well, Dad said, you guys didn't see, he helped underprivileged children in South America. He was a gentleman that touched thousands of lives. I mean, I have no doubt that he did do some really probably, positive things.
That was his job with the military.
Yeah. Right.
It's going to sound terrible, but you want a cookie for doing your job?
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
That sounds very hateful of myself, but that was his job.
Yep. No, I agree. Yeah, Gina's saying some people have trouble leaving the military. Yep, and it's the structure, yeah. So I was kind of, one thing that Dad said, that Wayne said, was the lies Agent Sands told family members.
Yeah, that bugged me.
That was, that one was like, that took me back a little bit. I mean, that's his opinion. Everybody's allowed their opinion. I get it. And he's probably feeling bitter right now, but,
Why is it that Agent Sands lied? And why is it, why are you taking it that the agent lied and not your son?
Right. Yeah. This is a good point. Viv, I'm going to have trouble pronouncing your name. Vivaka. You don't become a pathological liar because lack of structure.
True.
Yeah, that is true.
Right. If the structure just hit it, maybe.
Yeah. Something happened. It was always there, because I think things are always there. You just don't, you're right. You just don't all of a sudden wake up, or, something happens over time, or it's there as a child and then it blossoms into something as an adult because something happens, So these things, go ahead.
He switched from defense to prosecutor, so he didn't stay on one side or the other.
Yeah. Psychosaurus Rex says it was the job, but it's a job many, many people would never choose to do. Yeah, that's true.
I feel sad about the sentencing too, Gretchen.
Yeah. And yes, to answer some in chat, I have their website pulled up, and I'll go ahead, and if I can rewind it, I'll go ahead and rewind it. I'll play the interview, so don't worry. Our focus now is Yarnworks, so let's focus on this, and then we can worry about the interview.
Mom's saying, I appreciated her, saying she appreciated the work that the jury did, but them saying that the jury got it wrong,
Mm-hmm.
you know, that was, you know, you take that up later.
Yeah,
They
that
did their
was.
job.
Yeah. Well, she came out of the gates. You know, I'm incredibly sorry for Mindy's family, and I feel sympathy. And you know,
That was kind.
that was very kind and gracious, because nobody else said anything. Well, there's just the two of them. But then, yeah, she says, you know, Nicholas wasn't responsible for this. Every member in our family has suffered. She talked about her grandmother, or her mother, Nicholas's grandmother, saying, we used to see him all the time for holidays and now we don't, all this stuff. But then you're right. She said, I respect the jury, but they got this one wrong. And as a juror, I'd be like, come on, come on.
Yeah.
You know, you're blinded. Sorry, we're not, you know. Yeah, Michelle, that was a slap in the face. I mean, I'm not going to hold it against her. I don't know. She's a mother. She's a mother that's grieving the loss of her son. I get it, but guess what? There's a whole other side of the courtroom that's grieving the loss of their daughter. So,
Right, and the jury only gets to see what they're allowed to see, and they only get a snippet of it.
mm-hmm. Yep, I know. Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, in how many cases do we see where, well, like Karen, Lori, you know, Lori for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Like if the jurors knew everything about her, they'd be like, there wouldn't even be a trial. They'd just be like, nope. They'd walk in and be like, she's guilty. You know, so I get that whole prejudicial thing and all that stuff. But, you know, I would always wonder, like, I would love to ask a juror, like a month later, you know, did you go and did you research the person that you just convicted or let go? You know, like with Raul Valley, you know, it's like, do you know his past, and do you know this, and do you know that? And yeah, I just would be. I'm sure a lot of them, especially with Lori, they're probably like, oh man, we're so glad. I'm so happy that we did what we did, because can you imagine if they?
I mean, someone's.
I was gonna say, if they found her not guilty on any of on either Charles or Brandon, if they found her not guilty, they'd be like, "Oh, we got that one wrong."
Yeah. Well, when they are getting to walk out, they're like, "Yeah, look them up," and some of them are walking out on Google, and they're like, "Holy moly!"
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was Lori, right? That was Lori. I think reporters or somebody was telling them after they walked out of the Charles trial, hey, did you Google Lori? Yeah, I think that one juror 15 said that. Yeah. Viv says, yeah, even Robert Tellis' mom didn't say the jury got it wrong. That is true.
Exactly. They only have so much information. They don't get to, you know, look at all of. They only get to look at this piece. They don't get all of the other stuff. Which now they can go and look up his Reddit stuff and look at all of the other pieces.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. This is interesting. Jump into the Fall says Christopher Kassotis teaches at Wayne State University in pharmacology. Interesting.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Sitting on a River says, my mother opened herself to a quiet young man that worked for her. He was a serial killer. She found out when the lawyer asked her to be his character witness.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. That would be
wild.
I guess I wasn't a good identifier of character then. Good grief. All right, let's get back to our trial here. So after Wayne and Linda talked, state argued, defense argued. Those were pretty short. And then, of course, the verdict, the sentencing. And
trying to ask for life with parole, I thought was comical. Yeah, he could be rehabilitated. Okay.
Yeah. I don't think the judge bought that. And he didn't address the court. So Nick didn't address the court. Did you find any surprise with that?
I did, because he got up there and he took the stand, but then he didn't want to address the court and be like, hey, yeah, please.
Mm-hmm. I was shocked too. You're right. He took the stand already. He's a lawyer, so he's used to talking. He shouldn't feel weird about that. It is his life after all. It's his last chance to say, I throw myself on the pity of the court or this whatever sympathy of the court, all that stuff. Please, I'm truly sorry for what I did. I do have remorse here. I just heard from family members saying I never shed a tear and I'm not remorseful. No, I feel terrible for what happened. But that's him admitting guilt. That's him admitting guilt.
Right, like he didn't even shed a tear when he was talking about when and how she passed and how her ashes and all of that. When he was telling that story at all, he didn't shed a tear. He could have at least spoke to her family and said, I'm sorry for your loss, to her friends, and said, I'm sorry for your loss, and I'm sorry for all of this rigmarole, all of that stuff that happened.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to admit guilt per se, but you could still feel remorse for the loss of your wife, the loss of a loved one, to all these people that are coming up, putting their hearts out. You could say, hey, look, you know what, I didn't do it, but I'm really sorry. But then I don't know, because we get mad when somebody doesn't talk, and then we get mad when somebody does talk. So there's no like in between, I guess. I've never really seen an allocution where I'm like, oh, that person really meant it.
I mean, this was his prime time to speak in public in a suit.
His last time to talk. But again, yeah, would he be admitting guilt if he said he was sorry for their loss? I don't know. I mean, you could still feel sorry for somebody's loss and be like, I still maintain my innocence, but I am truly sorry because I did love her. I really love this woman. I love Mindi.
Exactly.
And I hope that justice, I know you feel justice has been served, but I didn't do it. And I'm going to do everything I can in my power to prove that somebody else did it. That maybe that would make us feel better.
He could have said, I didn't do this. And I've heard tons of statements from parties during their sentencing, I didn't do this.
Yeah.
Your Honor. And I'm so sorry that this happened, but I didn't do this.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly. He can grieve with those who grieve, especially when it's his wife.
Right. Who he supposedly loved for how many years? I don't know. How many years were they married? 9?
2000. I think it was 18. I got married. 4?
Hold on a sec. Yeah, 2000. So they got married in the fall of 2016. Okay, so 6 years?
6 years.
Yeah, 6-7 years. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, come on. 6 years is a long time to get to know somebody. Oh, and I think they knew each other 2 years before, I think, right? Didn't they meet?
A year before that, yeah.
Yeah, so
they were knowing each other for 7 years.
Yeah, I mean, you had to have some sort of feelings, but he chose not to talk, so.
And he could have said something about how he felt duped by the whole gym thing and all of that, kind of acknowledged how he felt duped. And there's a whole lot of could have, should have, would have.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. All right, let's see. See if anybody really has. There's not too many questions coming on. Although, jump into the fall. What's the next trial in this court? Well, that would have to be somewhere. Somewhere in. Yes, somewhere in southeastern. Somewhere in southeastern Georgia. I guess we'll keep our eyes out to see if there's any other trials in this court, and or with the state prosecutor, Ms. Bayo. Let's see. Any last thoughts before we let you go? Because seems like not many questions for us. I've gone through everything I wanted to go through. Any last impressions of just anything? Your experience? You want to tell us about your experience first time being in the court?
I was very impressed with the jury state and was supportive of the family. I thought it was really sweet that they sat on the family side and they wanted to see what was there, and the victim advocate was there for them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to leave you with this. I'm my mom was a huge crocheter, right? She liked to do needlework and crochet. So she made me hats, booties, sweaters. I still have the sweater. I call it armor because I go out, in a snowstorm and I'm protected. Quilts. So I just wanted to pass that on to you, that I want to let you know that my mom was a huge crocheter, and I think next time when it gets winter time, I'll wear that sweater so you can see it. She knitted me or crocheted me patchwork Afghan rugs. I have 2. I think she made 3 for me, but I think I have 2. So all that being said, you have a channel. Do you have like anything that you want to talk about, promote? Is there anywhere that we can go, and do you have anything that you sell, or is there anything that you can tell us about that?
I do local events. So I travel around and I have I basically set up at like a festivals and things, and I sell stuffed animals.
Gotcha.
They're called amigurumi. And I felt like a lady. I brought a blanket to crochet while I was there. I was like, well, they're going to do the vertical watch. I'll just sit here and crochet.
Nice.
I crocheted while I was waiting.
I love it. I love it.
I love the court cozies.
Nice.
Yeah.
Do you want us? Should we all go subscribe to your channel? Would that help you in any way, or?
You can. I'm going to have to start posting videos there, but yes, I have a channel. There's nothing there.
Okay.
But yes, you can.
Okay. All right. Let's all go bomb Yarnworks. Let me get over the Yarnworks.
I appreciate all of you and all of your kind words.
Yarnwork Crafts. Let's see. I'm gonna have to just go to your. Okay, hold on a sec. Let me do it this way.
I do have an Etsy. It's just on vacation.
Oh, all right. Let me see.
I stay very busy with the market.
Gotcha. Drop something in. Let me find you this way, because I want to tag it so we can go find you. I can't find you. Even at Yarnwork Crafts, it's not coming up. All right. Can you drop something in the chat, and then I'll go to your channel that way?
Yes.
Just make a comment. And let's all go give some love to Yarnworks or Yarnwork Craft. There you are. Okay. All right. So go to channel. Aaron's gonna. Okay, there it is. All right. I'm gonna subscribe. All right. Let me try this and put it back in here.
I can teach you how to crochet. Yeah.
You can. Okay. All right. So I just subscribed.
Thank you.
All right, let's see if that works. All right.
You're so sweet. Thank you.
Oh, you're more than welcome. Thank you. So join me as I find the balance of family, the crochet world, and build my crochet business. You'll likely see the ups and downs and spins in this adventure. Nice. Oh, here you are. Okay, so there's your... Okay, oh, there's your... Okay, let me see. Let me copy this. Let me copy that. All right, here, try it. Okay, there, Aaron has it. All right, Aaron just pulled it up.
Thank you, Aaron.
Yes, Aaron is awesome. Here you guys go. Subscribe to Yarnwork Crafts. All right, there you go. Sub Joanne, Fur Babies, Kelsey, awesome. Jenny, Michelle, Sherry. All right, Tammy, McCormick. We're bombing you. It's a raid. It's a raid.
Thank you so much. Well, you guys have a great afternoon. Go check out the Court TV interview. I'm anxious to see it.
Okay, yeah, we will. All right, we'll let you go, and we will go over to Court TV. And yay! All right, you got like 20 or 30 subs. So
Thanks for letting me hang out.
Now the pressure is on you to give us content.
Yes. All right. I will see you guys in the chat.
All right. Thank you so much. And again, really appreciate you going to the courtroom and calling in. And thank you so much. So, all right. We'll see you around. All right. Bye. All right. Fantastic. Good job, guys. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Yes. What is it on Etsy? You found Yarn Whispers Crafts. I'm not sure about that. All right, let's get over to the. So again, thank you, Yarn Work Crafts. Thank you guys, and thank you, chat, for going and giving support to a wonderful, wonderful individual. So all right, let's. I see the court TV. Let me see if I can sort this out. Let's see here. All right, now this is on their website, so just give me a moment because there's going to need some maneuvering, some tricky maneuvering. Hopefully I can rewind it. Hope I can rewind it. I may not be able to rewind it. Because this is what happens. This is what happens. All right, I got the prosecution team. All right, let me see if I can get this for you guys. All right, they have so much going on. All right, let me see if I can get this for you guys. Hold on. All right, let's see if this works.
Billy Joe Nelson. I'm the district attorney for the Atlantic Judicial Circuit, which includes Liberty County. On behalf of the district attorney's office for the Atlantic Judicial Circuit, we want to first and foremost thank the jury in this case for returning this guilty verdict and receiving some justice on behalf of the victim, Miss Mindi Mebane. This trial was about Mindi Mebane and no one else. And we are thankful that the verdict came back as guilty. So we appreciate the jury's work. We also want to extend our condolences, our thoughts and prayers to her parents, Mr. Frank and Miss Betsy Mebane. The tragedy that they have suffered and lived through over the last few years is unimaginable. And they have done it with dignity and grace, and we will continue to have them in our thoughts and prayers. I also want to thank all of the people that have been involved in making this a reality. First and foremost, all of the law enforcement agencies that have been involved in this case. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the Region 5 Field Office, they did an excellent job in getting the evidence in this case, taking what was basically an unknown person and building a mountain of evidence in this case that allowed our office to present this case successfully. Special Agent Sands, Special Agent Dickerson, Special Agent in charge, Ms. Smith, they did a phenomenal job, and all of the other folks in their office who were able to assist. Also, Investigator Frost, who worked with the Liberty County Sheriff's Office at the time, who now works for the District Attorney's Office, he did a phenomenal job as well. We are very, very thankful for all of the law enforcement agencies, to include the FBI, various agencies that were involved in this case. Without their work, this wouldn't be a reality. I also want to thank some of the folks from our office who are part of this team that made this possible. Assistant District Attorney Bayo did an excellent job in presenting the state's case. I watched the hours that she put into this and how much it meant to her. She did a phenomenal job. Chief Assistant Greg McConnell, again, co-counsel in this case, put in so much work to make this a reality. Our victim advocate, Ms. Samantha Ashdown, and Ms. Melissa Joyner. There are so many moving parts behind a case like this that a lot of people don't see. They did an excellent job coordinating this and making it flow smoothly. This kind of case is not the kind of case that we ever want to see, because we don't ever want to see someone suffer the way that Mindi did. But when we're called to handle a case like this, we are thankful for the opportunity that we have to try to get justice for a victim like this. And thankfully, that's what we were able to do in this case. So again, Mindi Mebane will not be forgotten. We hope that the justice that was served today is something that can help her family and friends start the healing process, and she'll never be forgotten. At this time, we'll allow ADA Bayo to say a few words if she'd like.
I started as a prosecutor a very long time ago. I always made a promise to myself that if I ever stopped caring about the work that we do, I would stop doing this job. And every case is unique, every case is special. And I feel like we were very lucky to have the assistance of all of the law enforcement agencies that helped us to give Mindi justice. And I know we keep saying Mindi's name, and I want that to be the thing that people hear. This isn't about ADA Bayo or DA Nelson. This is about the victims of crime, and that's why we do what we do. So I thank the community for allowing me to do the job that I do.
Special Agent Smith.
I just want to take the time to thank the jurors for reaching the decision that they did today. Justice was served. We appreciate them. I want to thank the DA's office. They've done a phenomenal job with this case. ADA Bayo has started months and months in advance, researching, reading, memorizing, learning, and you could just tell it all came out in the court. So we are very, very thankful for her and DA Nelson's team. We also want to thank our other law enforcement partners from across the country. We couldn't have done it without the help of people from Pennsylvania, the FBI. Just, it's a whole team effort, and we're thankful for everyone that participated.
Y'all have any questions?
Special Agent who worked the case there, clearly a little bit of emotion.
All right, I'm trying to find Kelly's interview with the juror. So of course I can't find that. Hold on. Because when we were talking with Yarnwork, they had their had Kelly Craft's interview with the jurors. So let me look up, see if they put up on YouTube yet. Probably not. That'll probably come up later. But let me see if they've put it up there yet. I don't think they have, but let's see. Let's see. Oh, Yarnwork, yay! Yes, thank you so much for sharing this case and for all of your hard work. Aw, thank you. Thank you, Yarnwork. We appreciate you. Let's see. Trying to find Kelly's interview, and it's not up on YouTube yet. I can't go back to. Let's see. Hold on a sec. Yeah, I can't scroll down. I know you guys don't know what I'm talking about, but I can't on a website, you know, I can't scroll down. So I can't get to, let me see, latest videos. See if it's here. Maybe I can grab it here. Hold on. So it was live, and they don't have it up yet. So it was live. I can't rewind.
All right, yeah, we have to let you get back inside that courtroom. This sentence.
All right, hold on. Trying to get to Kelly's interview. All right, so no, not going to be there. So they haven't, even though it was live. Yeah. Doug did an interview too, Sinbad says. Local Savannah, that's where I was looking for earlier. Let me see here. Court TV hasn't put it up yet on their YouTube channel. Let me see here. WTOC. News. All right, they do have that he was found guilty. They have that, but they don't have the interview. Let me try. What are their local? What else is local? WTOC. SavannahNow.com. Anything here? Nope. Gotta subscribe. Not gonna do that. Let me try something else. That's really funny. Peter had him on. Peter had Doug Weinstein. Oh, for the YSL. Doug Weinstein takes dive in unprecedented. So Peter Tragos had him on. I didn't realize that. I didn't see that one. All right. We might not be able to see the juror. They'll probably put it up later. They've got everything else. They got state closing. They've got the verdict, but they don't. They have mother tells the jury they got it wrong, but they don't have Kelly Craft's interview with the juror. Bummer. They may have it up in a little bit. Let me just. Yeah. Ah, here it is. Here it is. Oop, oop, oop. I got it. All right. Hang on. I got it. I got you. I got you. All right. Give me a moment. You're not going to get away from me. All right, hold on.
Nicholas Kassotis was just sentenced to life without parole for the death of his wife, Mindi. This former prosecutor now prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
And he also served in our Navy. He had quite the resume, and it just took that jury an hour and 12 minutes to return guilty across the board. Joining us now live from outside the courthouse, we have Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft, and I understand that you've spoken to or have the jury foreperson.
Hi there, Matt and Julia. Yes, we don't always get an opportunity to hear from the jurors after the verdict, but we do have this opportunity to speak to the jury foreman. He'll come over and talk with us now. This is Kai Andrew, and so he...
Hold on, let me get this sorted out. Just give me a minute, you guys. I want to get this properly for us. Just give me a moment. All right. We'll just do that. Okay, here we go.
He served as the foreman of this jury. Kai, thank you so much for talking with us. You came back rather quickly, the jury did, with a verdict.
Right.
Walk me through it.
Well, the jury, we all sat there and took the time to really diverge, indulge in all the evidence that took place in this 2-week trial. And we as a jury, we already knew that after so long of actually taking in all the information, all the evidence, and everyone, all the witnesses that came up and spoke their piece, and we took notes, and as we got into it, it's not necessarily the fact that it was a short period of time. It was more that we were together on a joint decision.
The defendant took the stand. Nicholas Kassotis took the stand, and he spoke directly to you, saying that he did not do this.
Well, I will say this. If you do something wrong, like if you take the cookie out the cookie jar, you're going to tell your mom and dad that you took the cookie? That's all I can say about that aspect.
Did anyone talk about Jim McIntyre? We heard a lot about the mystery man, Jim McIntyre, in this case. What were the discussions, if any, and what role did he play in your decision?
Jim McIntyre, the mere fact that you really can't produce any type of identification of who he truly was. I mean, of course, there's multiple people out here that are named Jim McIntyre, but not the Jim McIntyre in this case. It doesn't help. It really didn't help his case. It really didn't help this case. So whoever Jim McIntyre is, it's not possible to find him.
Was there anything that defense counsel said, or the defendant himself, that did resonate? I know the defense counsel talked about his client being an attorney himself. He served our country, so a military man. He was a JAG officer. Why sit down and talk with investigators and give up your constitutional right to remain silent if you really did do this? He freely spoke and gave his story. Did anything resonate with you at all, thinking maybe he didn't do it, or maybe he is telling the truth?
When he did give up his constitutional rights and did talk about his side, I don't believe as a jury we could dismiss that. We definitely took that into consideration. We definitely considered the statements by him and the willingness he had to actually discuss what took place. But when it really comes down to it, as a jury, we have to make our decision off of the evidence. There's no way around that.
Did anything in regard to the DNA, no DNA here? Defense counsel talked about that.
No DNA is, it's a lot harder to justify just because you don't have DNA that the person is innocent, but at the same breath, you can't say that they're not guilty. So
there were some really tough pictures to take a look at when they were shown to the jury. The screens were turned off inside the courtroom, so we could not see them. How difficult were those? I'm certain they were very difficult to take a look at. And did that in a way, because it was such a gruesome case, is it a matter of, well, someone is guilty of this crime clearly, and this is the man the prosecutor says did it? And how much of a role did those gruesome pictures play in making a decision, if any?
Well, we got to remember, this is somebody's daughter, this is somebody's sister, this is somebody's cousin, and this is also somebody's aunt. This is a human being, and they should be treated as such. But what happened to her is unspeakable. There's nothing that can be said that any type of human being deserves that type of treatment.
Sure.
And that's kind of all I have to say on that one.
It's very difficult for Mindi's family, her family inside the courtroom, very emotional, as well as the defendant's family. Now, during sentencing, they spoke and they said that although they respect the jury's decision, they disagree with it, and they say that their son is not capable of this and did not do this. You sat in there for sentencing.
That is their child. You can't tell a parent how they feel about their child. They see their child and anybody's child in a different light from how you see their child. So I have nothing to say against that.
Motive. Prosecutors do not have to prove motive in a case. But here, there were a few different theories floated. Did you discuss anything in regard to that? The prosecutor said in closing, it's possible that Mindi finally told him that she actually was not pregnant. That made him mad. That's one of the things that the prosecutor said in closing. Did you talk about theories?
We definitely did. Like I said, it might have felt like a short upcoming to this decision, but for us, it's been weeks. For us, we've pondered on this and took notes, and then when we were finally able to discuss as a group, as a jury, we really got to the point where the theories didn't match up with the evidence. So if we're trying to, like a scientist, if you have a theory, I mean, you still got to test it, right?
Sure.
So the evidence didn't suffice to the theories, and overall the decision that was made.
Yeah, and obviously you found the evidence was sufficient enough to find him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You were the foreman. How did that come about?
Unanimously. There was many people that obviously on the jury that could have been selected, and I'm happy that the jury team selected me, and it's a great honor. I'm happy that justice was served today.
Well, Kai, thank you so much for your time. Matt and Julia, if there's any questions that you want me to ask him, I'm happy to do so. Otherwise, we can send it back to you in the studio.
Well, Kelly, one quick question, and that's about this being a military town here in Hinesville, Georgia. How did he feel about this defendant having that military background and then sitting inside of this courtroom being accused of what he's accused of?
One of our anchors back in the studio wanted to ask you about this being a military town. Throughout this case, we see military men and women walking in and out of the courtroom. He, the defendant, a military man as well, in addition to being a lawyer, in addition to having an LLM from Georgetown. How did all of that factor into the decision, being that he served our country?
It really factored in the matter of being more in detail and precise of coming to the decision as a jury. We did consider that he was a very intelligent man. He is a very intelligent man. We did consider that he did get his, like you said, his law degree from Georgetown, and that we live in a military town. We still do understand that what is right and what's wrong is wrong.
Yes. Matt, anything?
Yeah, Kelly, our thanks to this jury foreperson and all of those that served this community and listened to this graphic trial. I was just wondering, the initial vote, was it guilty across the board? I mean, they were deliberating for an hour and 12 minutes. They had a lengthy jury form. What was the initial vote, or did they have to, talk about things on certain charges?
Matt wants to know, another anchor back in the studio, in regard to when you came back to the jury room, when your deliberations just began, just started, did you take a vote initially, and what was the vote initially, if you would like to share that with us?
We didn't take a vote initially. When we got back to the jury room, it was unanimous. Like, we can consider all the facts. We went over all the counts. We really broke down every count and read everything that was there. All the evidence that provided the verdict that we got to. It really wasn't one initial on one side or the other. We came to it as a collective.
Kai, was there anyone that came up and said, is it possible that he didn't do it?
No. We all collectively came to this decision.
Okay. Kai, Andrew, thank you so much. I appreciate you taking the time to talk with us. Appreciate you serving on the jury as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, Matt and Julia, we'll send it back to you.
Kelly Craft, excellent interview, and really our thanks to that jury foreperson, because speaking to someone on the jury is always so revealing to us.
All right, so that seems to be all that we have for now. Let me see if there's anything else happening. And as far as the @ symbol, so as I understand it, and Sinbad emailed me so I can explain that further, because we're going to reach out to Scott and I'm going to figure out what that's all about. I don't know about Emily, but from what we can understand, YouTube about a month or so ago changed the way a handle displays versus a channel name displays. So the channel name could be Bob. You could have 100 Bobs out there, 1,000 Bobs out there. So they could be impersonating somebody that will come into your channel and commit fraud. So what YouTube is trying to do is they're trying to crack down on fraud, and by having people have a unique name. Instead of 1,000 Bobs, it's now going to be Bob 1, Bob 2, Bob 3, Bob 4. As far as I understand it, you cannot call YouTube, you cannot contact YouTube and say, hey, change it back to this. Maybe Emily's got a special in with YouTube because she has so many subscribers. I don't know, but all I know is we've watched a lot of videos. There was one channel that had YouTube developer in their chat, and he said YouTube was doing this, and it goes across, they're rolling it out gently across content creators, so not everybody gets it at the same time, but they're basically doing it to cut down on fraud and to allow you now to be on your mobile device and you can tag people. You could not tag people if you were on a mobile device before. Now you can start to tag people while on a mobile device. So you can still go in and change it. So if your name is coming up, if you see your name is changed, you can still go into your studio, you can still change your name, you can change your handle to whatever you want. But now YouTube is cracking down on fraud, and they're making people have very unique handles so that it's not 20 Bobs and they come in and they spam you and they commit fraud against you. Now it's going to be Bob 1, Bob 2, Bob 3, Bob 4, and so on and so forth. So again, I don't know what Emily is doing. I'm not in contact with her. I can contact Scott and see what he did, if he did anything. But I know that YouTube has been rolling this out over the last month or so, and we now have been part of that rollout. So again, handles are going to be unique. Get used to it. It's not going to change on our channel. We're not going to change it. Even if we could, I kind of like it. I like seeing people's handles versus Bob seeing 20 Bobs. I like seeing the individual person. So we're not going to change it. We're going to leave it as is, even if we could change it, which I don't think we can. But some of you are saying that some creators are doing it. Bully for them. I'm not going to do it. We're not going to do it. We're going to leave it as is. So if you want to change your channel or change your handle, by all means, you can go ahead and do that. You can change it to whatever you want. Just realize it has to be unique, because YouTube is not going to let you be Bob along with 30,000 other Bobs. So I hope that helps explain it. Sinbad, please email us so we can talk to you further about that. But that's kind of the high level how I understand it. That's where we stand. So let's see what else. Trying to think. Let's see if we have any other. See if Court TV is doing anything else that we can go go check out. Let's see. See if they had any other interviews. Latest news. Videos. Let me try videos. See if Kelly got any other interviews. I'll stick around for a little bit longer here. I got to get some lunch though. I haven't had a chance to get lunch yet. Getting a little hungry. You guys said you saw somebody else had an interview. Where else was there an interview? You guys tell me. I'll go find it. Was there another interview? Being named Kathy, you understand? Yeah. So right now, see your Kathy Davis BK9FE. So there could be 200 other Kathy Davises. So, and trust me, you can go in and change it. It's very easy. We'll do a video on how to do it, I think, because a lot of people are confused. You can go into your back end, your studio, and you can change your channel name, and you can change your handle. And actually, a perfect case in point was today with Yarnworks. I was trying to find her channel to give to you guys, and I couldn't find it based on the channel name. But if we knew her handle, we'd be able to we would be able to find it straight away. So that's a perfect case in point. GM Stewie, I'm off for the day now. Thank you, and Aaron, so much for all your hard work on this trial. It was awesome. Thank you. You always tag people before. YouTube is fickle. Not on a mobile. Sinbad, you were not able. If you tell me you were able to tag people on a mobile, I'm shocked because nobody can tag anybody on a mobile with the @ symbol. If you were able to do that, you got some special mojo. Court TV, Sherry says, after the jury foreman was Weinstein, then the state's press. Okay, so we saw the state. I didn't see Weinstein. So Court TV did Weinstein as well. Let me see if I can go find that. And it was Court TV. Are you guys sure it was Court TV that interviewed? There's other cases out there. There's a Thanksgiving one. I'm on Court TV's YouTube. They've got Christopher Wolfenbarger. But we're gonna do starting tomorrow. We have 5 episodes for you guys about Donna. So we're all Donna from here on out. It's all Donna. Sinbad, it makes it too hard to tag friends. I'm glad I used my name handle as Sinbad with the extra 3 threes. Yes, Sinbad 333. So okay, so it was Court TV. Okay, thank you, Sherry. Let me go see if they've uploaded that yet. If they've uploaded it, I will find it. Let's see here. No, not Harvey. Sally says, looking forward to getting caught up on Donna. Yeah, me too. Kathy, no, this is not a retrial for Donna. This is her first trial. It will not be. It's not a retrial for her. Not a retrial for her. All right. See if I can find it. That's closings. Ah, there it is. Boink. Got it. All right, coming up. Give me a moment. All right. So this is Doug Weinstein. Let's get this up here for you guys. All right, here's Doug's interview with Kelly.
Here at Court TV Live, welcome back. I'm Matt Johnson in today for Ted Rowlands alongside Julia Janae.
That's right. We just saw the conviction and sentencing of Nicholas Kassotis in the dismembered wife murder trial in Hinesville, Georgia. Let's quickly go out and join our Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Crabb, who is there live with the defense attorney who represented this defendant, Doug Weinstein. Kelly.
Hi there, Julia and Matt. Okay, so this is Mr. Weinstein. He is defense counsel for Nicholas Kassotis. Doug, thank you so much for talking with us.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
So we have the verdict in this case. It was a lengthy trial in that we had a lot of gruesome details, and it lasted 2 weeks. We thought it was going to last 3, but a little bit shorter than what we had anticipated. First off, give me your reaction to the verdict.
Well, you know, obviously we're disappointed in the verdict. We worked hard. I thought there was reasonable doubt here, but I respect the jury system. So this is what the jurors decided. Obviously, my client was going to appeal, but yeah, disappointment.
And what was your client's reaction?
You know, obviously, I think you could see it on his face. He was very upset. I don't, not from anything I've discussed with him, but I don't think he was necessarily anticipating this verdict. So a bit of shock, disappointment, and I'm sure, again, not from conversation with him, but I'm sure he thinks they got it wrong.
Mr. Weinstein, throughout this case, we heard about Jim McIntyre.
Yeah.
Some of the things that people have said is, if you really didn't do it, we would be going all over the world trying to find this Jim McIntyre. Why not produce him? Obviously, it's the state's burden here.
Well, you know, the problem is that I think Nicholas learned toward the end of this, toward the last few years before his arrest, that Jim McIntyre was probably not his real name. And from his generic looks, having no idea of his name, it's just impossible to find him.
We heard different theories from the prosecutor in this case. One of the things that the prosecutor said during closing arguments was in regard to him wanting a child, wanting a family, and that even though the prosecution does not have to establish or prove motive, she said that he became mad because he found out that Mindi was not pregnant.
I mean, that seems like a ridiculous, no motive makes sense in this case, right? So they have to give the jury something, some kind of motive. And I guess that's the best that they could come up with. But does that make any sense at all? I mean, he's still relatively young. There's other women out there. He knows how to divorce people. He divorced his first wife. He's the one that filed. He could have divorced Mindi and found a third wife, as he eventually did anyway. So the idea that he flew into a rage and killed her, especially, you heard every witness, even the state's witnesses, talk about what a kind and gentle person he was. So this is not in keeping with any of his character.
Yeah, we heard witness after witness testify that he's not a violent man.
Right, that's exactly right. So the idea that he flew into a rage because his wife may have lied about being pregnant, it just makes no sense.
What about what you talked about in closing arguments? You said, why would someone live this life for years, be on the run, move more than 50 times? Why do it?
Well, I think there's only one answer, which is that he genuinely was in fear. It's not like he made up this story after he got arrested, right? He lived the story. He lived the Jim McIntyre story. So he and Mindi were clearly afraid of something. And this person calling himself Jim McIntyre put him in tremendous fear. And that's why he lived this really an awful existence for so many years.
The defendant took the stand.
He did. That was his choice.
That was his choice. Did you advise against that?
Well, I'm not going to disclose what I advised to my client, but it's always the defendant's choice on whether they take the stand or not, and that is the choice that he made. He's the one that makes that choice. He's the one that has to live with whatever the outcome of this trial is, so he chose to take the stand.
Now, we did not hear him speak, though, or give a statement in allocution. The judge gave him that opportunity in sentencing to speak. He chose not to do so.
That's always a wise decision as well, to not speak in allocution. So I was pleased that he did not do that. You know, obviously there are appeals coming. Who knows whether there's going to be a new trial? So I think it's best not to speak. I know people wanted him to speak, but they heard plenty of him speaking when he got up on direct and cross.
Now that we have the verdict, anything that you are looking back on? I mean, I'm going to ask you that. A lot of things they said, the prosecution said, in hindsight, you take a look back and you say, all of these stories seemed impossible. They believed him. He is a military man, highly educated. I mean, I'm going to ask you that. Anything in hindsight that you would have done differently?
Oh, all I'm going to do for the next week is think of all the things that I could have done different to maybe get a different outcome. So, of course, at the moment, I haven't even begun to process this yet. I'm sure if you ask me tomorrow, I will tell you 20 things that I could have done differently.
No DNA evidence tying him to the scene. You talked about that a lot.
I did, because there is none. Now, the state's going to say because he wiped it down, but they didn't check the Clorox wipes or whatever wipes. We don't even know that they're Clorox wipes. You heard testimony on the stand that certain wipes don't kill DNA evidence. They didn't look at that. What about her fingernail clippings? She had defensive wounds, right? So you would think that there would be something under the fingernails. They didn't test those at all.
You talked about the cigarette pack?
Didn't look at that. All the trash that was in the, or stuff in the garbage and the ditches around the scene, they didn't pick that up. So there were a lot of threads that were left uncovered. What about, if I can raise one, what about all of the cars that went by that pumping station and were captured on camera? They didn't follow any of those leads.
Doug, that was a good one, and you brought that up during closing arguments, except when the prosecutor then went, she talked about, okay, let's think about that. But who had access to Mindi? And I think even though you made that argument, talking about the thousands of trucks and cars that passed by that area, this Portal hunting lodge, she then said, but who had access to Mindi? And then she pointed to the defendant.
Well, yeah, because we all know that Airbnb residences in Savannah, Georgia are locked down like Fort Knox, and nobody could possibly get into that residence other than Nick and his family members. It just that other people had access to Mindi.
Okay. What else? Anything else you want to share with us?
No, but I just have to say, obviously it's a very tough case. I appreciate the outcome and all the thought the jury put into this. I respect the process, and I appreciate all y'all covering this. Anytime trials can be publicized, I think every trial should be at least streamed. So thank you for all you do on this.
Mr. Weinstein, thank you so much. I appreciate you talking with us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, there you go. Julianne, Matt, we'll send it back to you.
Fascinating interview. Always great to be in that war room. Kelly Craft, thank you so much. All
right, so that was obviously defense attorney Doug Weinstein. Let's see, who else? Do we have anybody else out there? Sinbad. There was a Sinbad 3-3 who tried to hack me. They were nasty and caused chat to attack me by their actions. Remember? Ah, yes. Kind of. Let's take that offline. But yeah, see, I mean, that's what YouTube is trying to crack down on, is these impersonations. Like, somebody could come in as recovery addict right now and say, hey, come over and come over and give me money. And it's not recovery addict, it's somebody else impersonating. So that's what YouTube is trying to crack down on. All right. Were you guys saying that Court TV is showing some more? Is Court TV showing more? If you guys find something, let me know. Tag me, though. Make sure you tag me. Have a break. I'll break. When I break, I'm going to be done for the day, so I'll go just a little bit longer. If they're still interviewing, I have to feed the kittens too. We got to feed the cats. It's their lunchtime. Really good one. Here, check this out. What are you doing? What are you doing? Wait, hold on a sec. Little Houdini taking a cruise by. Oh, hi. Hi, you. Well, Super Bowl chills. All right. Go feed myself. Let's see. What time is your Adelson deep dive tomorrow? Probably 10:30 Eastern. I got to do some, I'm going to go to the post office and I'm going to do some food shopping. So probably 10:30. I think it's about 5 to 6 hours. We're going to do 5 episodes and each one obviously is going to be different. Different times. So tomorrow I'm thinking 5:30. I'm thinking 10:30 start. 10:30 start. Sherry, you'll keep an eye on the website. All right. I guess we can. So there's really nothing going on Court TV right now. Kelly may have some more interviews, but let's see. Let me just give another minute or so. All right, while I do that, Joe Schmo just reminded me, or not reminded me, but he told me that tonight at 7 Eastern, he's going to have an interview with an investigative reporter who I've sadly have never heard of before, but you guys may want to go check out. It's Mike Watkis. You guys know Mike Watkis? Does anybody know Mike Watkis? This is what I have to... What are you doing? What are you doing? That's my water. Luckily, there's no water in there. Yeah, that's mine, dude. That's my water. That's my water. Hi. You didn't come say hello? Hi. Hi. Say hello to everybody? Yes. You guys hear him purring? And he's sitting on my... No. Oh, Jesus, no. Oh, hold on. Dude, no. Can't sit on there. Just... Gulp. Oh, jeez. Hold on. I may have to end this stream fast sooner than I thought. He just totally sat on my keyboard. Oh, God. All right. Are you guys still there? Are you guys still there? Do I still have a feed? Do I still have a stream? All right. Little man. Super Ball. Yeah, it's a good boy. Super Ball in the background. All right. Too funny. Yeah, he just totally sat on my computer and my keyboard. So what he does, he gets up to the screen and he'll do this. So funny. All right, you guys. So Joe Schmo tonight at 7. 7? Was it 7, Joe? Where? Let me go back to my Joe Schmo tonight at 7. Yep, here he goes. Yeah, isn't that nice? What are you doing? Okay. Aaron's probably like going, no, don't let him do that to your computer screen. All right, buddy. Take it easy. Take it down. Take it down a notch. Take it down a notch. All right. I don't even want to know what happened. All right, might be time to sign off. All right, with that, Joe Schmo tonight, Mike Watkis. He's going to have Mike Watkis interview 7 o'clock tonight. Go check that out. Who is still alive? Do you guys want to do a raid? Is Scott still alive? Let's see. What's Scott up to? We always like to. Is Scott still alive? What's Scott doing? What's Mr. Attic up to? All right, he's not live right now. Yeah, so we're talking to Scott right now. What? Yeah, I see that you are. Yeah, so we're talking to Scott right now. He's at lunch. So he's looks like, yeah, pretty much saying the same thing as what we told you guys about YouTube is trying to cut down on fraud. So Scott's at lunch. Yep. So we can't raid him. RA is at lunch. Who can we raid? Is Broken Baker? Is Broken? Is he live? Baker live? Baker's scheduled for 1:50. He's going to do Brian Walsh. So everybody's at lunch, it seems like, you guys. What about Nick? Nick Starro, is he live? We like to give Nick raids. Nick isn't going to be live until tomorrow at 7. Nobody seems to be live. All right, you guys. I guess that's it for now. Raid my fridge. There you go. Let's go raid Squeegee's fridge. Whoop whoop. I'm getting delirious. My blood sugar is going down. I need food. All right, you guys. I'll let you go. Thank you so much. Let's see. Yeah, thanks for joining us. Thank you, Yarnwork Crafts, for being our in-courtroom reporter. We'll make a video out of that again, you guys, and we'll post that so you guys can go watch that if you're interested. And let's see what else. Aaron's saying, let's see. Yep, we were going to give you a raid. We were going to give you a raid, Scott. All of our 100 and who's watching? 111 people. 111 people. We're going to give you a raid. 111. All right, guys. Make good choices. Be safe. Definitely. Psychosaurus Rex. Be safe. Make good choices. Tonight at 7, Joe Schmo. Hopefully we'll see you guys there. I'll be there watching. And thank you to our mods. You guys did a great job today, as always. Thank you to Erin. Working her magic on the back end. And thank you to our chat, and thank you to our kitties. Have a great day, everybody. Tomorrow we'll shoot for 10:30 Eastern. We'll start our deep dive into Donna Adelson, because right now our lens is going to focus. Everything is going to be Donna. We're just going to focus on Donna. So hopefully you guys will join us, and we will see you there. So widespread. Thanks for a great trial. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Amy, thank you. Great stream. Take care. See y'all at 10:30 tomorrow. Awesome. Sinbad, thank you. Mod love and facts. All right, you guys. Have a great one, and we will see you tomorrow at 10:30 Eastern. Bye.